associated bylaw 2013-123. My husband has a contractual relationship with it.
Okay. We've got Councillor Thompson.
Yes, MW 2013-39, the railway corridor agreement with the Falls View Group.
Okay. Councillor Carrier.
I'm going to declare a conflict on the same one or an interest, Your Worship, as I'm their neighbour right next door and their property butts up right close to mine in MW 2013-39.
Okay. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. There was a wire transfer for a tax levy made to Niagara Catholic District School Board. Fine, clear.
Okay. Any other disclosures? Yeah, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'd just like to, under the consent agenda, so people don't have to sit here for the entire evening, L 2013-31, it's just a transfer of a lease on Bridgewater Street, street end. I'd move approval of that.
Okay. Any discussion to that? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. And as well, on pecuniary interest, I have number 365028, the check made out to myself as well. Okay, moving along, we did get a little bit of a later start today, folks. Our in-camera session went longer than planned, so rather than 5, we're starting just after 5:30. First item is a property matter, L 2013-32, Marine Land Proposed Lease with the City. And I would ask our solicitor if he would lead us through this report, please.
Yes, members of council, Marine Land has approached the city again to lease some additional portions of the Portage Road allowance. And Mr. Richardson is here on behalf of Marine Land to provide a presentation to council to explain the details of the request. And I believe I turn the floor over to Mr. Richardson to provide council with details of the request. Council will be asked to review what you hear during the presentation and determine whether or not, on the basis of what they hear, it is in the public interest to suspend the right of public passage over these particular areas of Portage Road and then to consider leasing them to Marine Land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, and just to be clear on the process, we advertise this so anybody in the gallery who's interested to speaking to the matter can speak to the matter on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Richardson, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Tom Richardson. I'm a senior partner in the law firm of Sullivan Manny in Niagara Falls and St. Catharines. I'm here today on behalf of Marine Land Canada, Inc. With me in the gallery are Mr. John Holer, the principal of Marine Land, and my partner, Mr. Tom Wall, who addresses many of the legal requirements of Marine Land. As indicated by Mr. Beeman, I wish to address the report which is before you, L 2013-32, which recommends the completion of the lease of 2 additional parcels of land to my client. I have provided to you a small booklet to assist me in my brief presentation to you this afternoon. But I'd like to start by reminding you that I spoke with you on July the 9th of this year with respect to these matters, shortly after the request had been made on behalf of my client. And I would like to say, for those who can hear, there have been no secret meetings. I appeared here on July the 9th, and I appear here again this evening. On July the 9th, I spoke to 2 requests. The first sought the installation of traffic lights at the intersection of Portage Road and the entrance to Marine Land in order to permit both the entrance to and exit from Marine Land. At that time, I stated that our submissions were to address ongoing confrontations between protesters and the customers of Marine Land. Because of confrontations with protesters at the Stanley Avenue exit, patrons of Marine Land were encountering difficulty in exiting the Marine Land property. This necessitated using the entrance on Portage Road as an exit as well as an entrance. On July the 9th, Council directed staff to work with Marine Land to see what accommodation could be made. Thanks to the work of your staff, additional temporary lights have been installed and are working, and they were installed very quickly, I might add, and we thank your staff for that. On July the 9th, members of council, you may recall, received an email from MAD making a series of demands. Given the apparent lack of understanding of matters on MAD's part, Marineland has commissioned a survey which is contained in tab 1 of my booklet, and I'd ask if you might pull it out so that I can go through it with you. This survey has been provided to the police and to city staff and is provided to council to assist in the understanding of circumstances at the site. If you open the survey, you will see that the survey is in two sections, an upper and a lower section. I've taken some liberties with my highlighters. The upper portion shows the frontage of Marineland on Portage Road to the west of the entrance in the vicinity of the bus stop. There are several points that I would like to point out. First, you will see that the fence is demarcated, a chain link fence with a series of X's across the plan. If you study the distances shown between the property line and the fence in the vicinity of the WeGo bus stop, you will find that the fence is erected by Marineland between 2.18 and 5.11 meters inside the property line of Marineland. That is to say, the fence in that location is not on the property line. The Marineland property is well beyond the fence. Demonstrations in this area are in fact trespassing on the lands of Marineland. Secondly, the Marineland fence shown as a series of X, contrary to the submissions in the July 9th email, is located entirely on Marineland and not on lands forming part of the road allowance. I will return, Mr. Mayor, to the yellow highlighting in just a moment. But I would like to point out, as you look at this, if you move to the extreme left of the upper portion of the survey, you will find that the Marineland sign is shown on the survey. There were allegations in the email which you received on July the 9th that the Marineland sign was erected on the road allowance. That also was incorrect. The assumption made in the email you received was that the fence was on the property line and the fence was therefore on the road allowance. Both statements are incorrect, as you can see from this survey. Now, the lower portion of the survey shows the Marineland frontage on Portage Road in the immediate vicinity of what is now the entrance and exit where the traffic lights have been installed. Here the fence is on the property line. The lands previously leased by the city to Marineland are highlighted in green. This allows some control over the lands immediately outside of the fence, especially at the entrance where the protesters have gathered and where the confrontations occur. While the protesters assert their right to free speech, they seem to forget the right of others to assert their right to attend a lawful business and of the business owner to invite persons into his business. The lands leased by the city last year to Marineland allow for greater control over the location of the demonstrators. However, two problem areas have arisen. Looking at the survey on the upper section again, the piece we looked at first, the area immediately adjacent to the WeGo bus stop allows demonstrators to inhibit and to intimidate persons coming to Marineland by bus. So we are requesting a lease of the land shown in yellow on the same terms as were agreed upon last year for the lands that I've highlighted in green. The proposed area to be leased is shown in greater detail in tab 2. I don't intend to refer to it, but it gives you the actual dimensions of that area which I've colored in yellow and which is labeled proposed lease area. The lower section of the survey, as we have seen, is the area closest to the entrance exit. In preparing the 2012 lease, a small section of area immediately adjacent to the entrance exit was left out as it was occupied, it was thought, by a walkway. The area is highlighted on the lower section of the survey on the far right-hand side in yellow and is shown in greater detail in tab 3. Now, if I could ask you, while keeping the survey out, to turn to tab 4 in my booklet, Mr. Wall and I attended on site some days ago and took a series of photographs of the area, which is the subject of the smaller portion proposed to be leased. The first photograph, looking west on Portage Road, shows the asphalt walkway and the pavement for the roadway. And as you will see in the distance, as you get close to the intersection, the walkway peters out. And so what you have by the time you get to the intersection, is if you turn to the second photo, is there is no walkway. There's a gravel portion similar to the shoulder of the roadway itself. This is the area which has been left out of the previous lease. The third photograph takes you right to the area where the protesters stand. Now, they're on road allowance there, but they're immediately adjacent to the signals and to persons who are exiting Marineland and turning right, and it allows them to harass and to spit at people who are leaving Marineland. I'd also like to point out, if you carry that photograph through, you can see the fence on the left-hand side. The area leased by the city beyond that includes area which is landscaped by Marineland. Again, in the email of July the 9th, the statement was that Marineland has installed no landscaping. It also points out that the walkway goes nowhere. There is no walkway further to the west, so you can't walk across the entrance exit and carry on the walkway because there is no walkway. You end up in the flower garden in the traffic island. The fourth photograph is standing right at the entrance exit on the grass, looking to the north towards the river, and it shows the intersection with the lights in place and operating, which allows traffic to exit from Marineland. The last photo second to last photo is one showing landscaping planted in that area as well, in the nature of a small evergreen tree. And it is here that we have witnessed problems between the interface of the protesters and persons attempting to turn right onto Portage Road exiting. The final photograph is one taken showing where the stop line is, so that persons exiting the Marineland, which must stop for the traffic light, must stop there, which allows the protesters to be immediately in front of them as they're attempting to turn right. So it's that area that we now request be included in the lease to Marineland. Lease of this additional parcel will allow greater control over the free flow of traffic exiting Marineland. Now, as the council may or may not be aware, the court has now released its injunctive order against Mr. Dylan Powell and against anyone who is informed of the contents of the order. A copy of the judge's endorsement has been made available to the clerk and may have been provided to you. I'm not clear. If it has, I'd ask you to have a look at it, because in my respectful submission, the request that we're making to you this evening will assist in the enforcement of this order. If you turn to the second page of the order, that is paragraph 1, which is broken down into a series of subparagraphs, and you turn to paragraph E, one of the prohibited activities is this: interfering with, disrupting, hindering, or impeding any guest of Marineland or anyone entering or exiting Marineland or indicating an intention to enter Marineland, including interfering with the traffic signal system at the entrance and exit to the Marineland property. It's that type of activity which the court has now constrained, which we're asking to address by asking that you approve the two areas to be leased as set out in your staff report. So in summary, Mr. Mayor, we are seeking a lease of 2 additional parcels of land shown on the survey in tab 1, highlighted in yellow, described in detail in tabs 2 and 3. Such lease would be on the same terms as was approved in the 2012 lease and would terminate on the same date in 2013. As I noted at the outset of my submissions to you, this request is recommended to you by staff. And if I might say in closing, I would request permission to reply to any objections you may receive this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Richardson, are there any questions or comments of council? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. There was an email sent out, I think today, with respect to the asphalt path coming up from Chippewa, suggesting that it was part of a trail that the municipality was working on and it didn't lead anywhere. In actual fact, the request came from former council member Alderman Shirley Fisher, who wanted a walkway for the students and people who are working at Marineland from Chippewa so they wouldn't have to walk on the roadway. So that's why that asphalt pad goes up on the one side and stops at Marineland.
Thank you. Councillor Gates?
Good evening, how are you?
I'm well, sir. Thank you.
Couple of questions. The report that council was given tonight obviously was done before the Supreme Court of Justice decision. Would that be accurate? Somebody?
Yeah.
Yes, the decision was just on Friday.
Okay, so the court injunction, and I've stood up here, I don't know how many times you guys have been here, but it's been a number of times now. I've stood up and said that we should sit down with all the parties involved, whether you can or you can't, and try and get some kind of criteria on how you would run the protest. And that hasn't happened. So I guess my question to you, and it's not a surprise that I've been involved with the odd protest myself, the last one being Virtus in Fort Erie when they were trying to get their severance pay back, and they were protesting there, and the employer went to court and argued that a court injunction on what they can and they can't do during the protest. And obviously, I guess my question to you is, why did Marineland wait so long to get a court injunction, knowing that that was one of their options, rather than continuing putting, I believe, and my fellow councillors might not believe this, certainly putting the city and my fellow councillors in a very tough position on leasing out land to stop protesters. So I guess my first question to you, if you wouldn't mind, is why wasn't this done a lot sooner?
I have not been involved in this application, but reading from postings that were put on the internet by Mr. Powell, he says he has been in court for 2 years. So I take it this has in fact been in process for 2 years. I'm not aware personally, it was not our office that acted on this, but it's not something that occurred overnight.
I can tell you that we certainly appreciate your comments, but I can tell you that the protests that I've supported with other unions and stuff, it didn't take them 2 years to get a court injunction. Matter of fact, they're usually done in a relatively short period of time, usually between 3 and 7 days. So I appreciate you really don't have an answer to this because you haven't been involved, and that's fair. When you take a look at your comment on number E, this is exactly what I believe, through council and through the owner of Marineland, is exactly what they're trying to stop, number E. This has been going on for a period of time. I haven't been out there to witness it, that's for sure, but E basically tells exactly what the problems are with that traffic signal. And according to, and again, the legal counsel can correct me, according to this document, they can no longer do. And obviously, there is a penalty to pay if they violate the law under a court document. So I guess I'm trying to figure out why we continue to need to lease more land when I believe, like I have all along, that we should have got some form of criteria. We now have a legal criteria on how people can protest. Right or wrong, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, you have a legal document that says this is what you can and can't do. And I guess, I think it's, I'll be honest, I think it's a good way to, it's an unfortunate way to have to do this. Usually you can sit down and meet with the police, meet with the city, meet with the owner and say, look, we're going to be here in your business, we're going to protest whatever the protest is. Here's the criteria that we're going to do, and work an arrangement. You come in, quite frankly, you protest, you hold your sign, they tap you on the bum, and you go home. I mean, that's basically what can happen with protests if you sit down and do it correctly. And I believe you got the ammunition to do that. without once again putting this council in a tough situation on leasing land. I believe you can stop or certainly make sure your customers aren't being bothered coming into marine land because they've always chosen marine land to enjoy their day with their family, and I believe the document gives you that right to do that without getting any more land. And I appreciate the fact that you don't have the answer to that question.
I don't have the answer as to the time, but I can say to you that it is our view that the leasing of these areas of lands assists the police in enforcing of a court order because it indicates precisely where someone can or cannot be. It's a lot easier to determine whether a person is permitted to stand at the corner with a bullhorn and harass people going in and out than it is to determine whether they are aware of the order or not.
And that's certainly a fair comment, but the bullhorn you can't use on this document either. It's a legal document now. I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. And I've been given legal documents on a picket line with a criteria, and quite frankly, they normally work quite well once everybody establishes the rules. That's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to be as open and as honest as I can on here on how it would work in a normal situation. And I believe that you have certainly have the right. And I'm glad that you got the criteria on how it should work. And I don't think that the city should be put in this position on leasing land. And that's my opinion. And I appreciate yours. I hope you appreciate mine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions or comments of Councillor? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, is there a limitation on the document? I think that's what the problem is. Is there a limitation, a time limitation on it?
No, there's not a time limitation on this, no.
Are there members of the public that would like to? Thank you very much. Is there anything else, Mr. Richardson, that you wanted to add?
Not at this time, no.
That's good. And there's no other questions for Mr. Richardson? So there may be more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, if you'd like to step forward and state your name and your address, please. All we would ask is, first of all, there is a 10-minute limit. And second of all, we would ask that we not repeat the same things. So if there are any points that anyone has to make them, and hopefully we won't have to repeat the same points. Thank you very much.
Brian Calvert from Fenwick. There's nothing surplus about the right of pedestrians to walk safely beside a road. Also, having right turn, left turn, and through lanes at an intersection is very common, so how could this possibly be confusing to drivers? However, the turn lanes at the Marineland entrance are short and do not provide much time for drivers to get out of the way of other traffic before slowing down for the turn. If you make the right turn lane longer, those alleged confused customers can be in it before they even see the left turn lane. Where a city council is genuinely concerned about pedestrian safety, they usually build a sidewalk. There is no sidewalk on either side of Portage Road at the Marineland vehicle entrance. Section 179 of the Highway Traffic Act states, where sidewalks are not provided on a highway, a pedestrian walking along the highway shall walk on the left side thereof, facing traffic, and walking along the roadway shall walk as close to the left edge thereof as possible. If the lease and flower planting makes it impossible for pedestrians on their way northwest to walk on the grass or gravel shoulder, then the Act requires them to walk facing traffic on the paved road. This is clearly unsafe. You now should install a sidewalk on the northeast side of the road and a crosswalk at the northwest end of the leased area so that pedestrians can safely detour around it. Or preferably, you could build a trail for pedestrians and cyclists through the leased area, which Marineland apparently agreed to last year, with a railing protecting them from any vehicles which might leave the road due to the alleged confusion. Regional Municipal Niagara Bylaw 89-2000, Section 801.01 says no pedestrians shall proceed over or under a pedestrian barrier or within a barricaded area installed on a sidewalk or at any other location within a highway. So the sidewalk plus the barrier keeps them off the road. You should also get a traffic engineer to designate where Marineland customers can safely and conveniently get a leaflet from protesters if they so wish. Otherwise, it should be obvious to any judge that your intention is to interfere with the right of protesters to distribute leaflets explaining the details of their cause. Previously, Marineland customers exited safely onto Stanley Avenue where there was very little traffic. It was clearly safe there for them to receive flyers. However, in spite of expressing concern for safety at their busy entrance on Portage Road, Marineland has decided to direct more traffic into this intersection. Because of last year's lease, protesters prevented from handing out leaflets to customers on the way in switched to on the way out, where customers are more likely to actually read the leaflets on the way home. If this second lease goes through, I predict that leaflets will be handed out at other places which Marineland customers commonly visit around town, but even more effectively if our pedestrians have person-to-person discussions with the protesters. Do you intend to suppress that? Would this proposed lease interfere with the right of pedestrians to cross Portage Road at the traffic light? If so, do you intend to build a crosswalk for them further southeast?
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? Please state your name and your address.
My name is Mike Guerra, and I'm from St. Catharines, and I'm an activist, an independent activist. I'm not here representing Matt or anybody else. I'm certainly here representing myself. I've been at Marineland protesting this summer, and I'm here to basically clear up some of the misconceptions and some of the lies that Marineland's lawyers have told. I've been out there on several weekends since June. We are not impeding or blocking anyone from entering or exiting the park. We are not spitting on anybody. We are not harassing or targeting families or children. And we are certainly not harassing or targeting children or families with special needs, as Marineland has claimed. So what this is about is squelching more public protest outside this park. This park is a relic of a bygone era, and you will see that the world is changing very fast, and I would ask that the City Council of Niagara Falls be on the right side of history. You do not have to promote Marineland. You do not have to promote the protesters. You can remain neutral, and you can provide us with space to protest peacefully, as we have done. This is not about beautification, as the lie was last year. This is about stopping our right to hand out leaflets to the public, who are allowed to take that from us on public property if they wish to take it from us. We are not forcing leaflets upon people. We are not forcing information upon people. It is their choice to take it. It is a very non-confrontational action. People are leaving the park, and Marineland decided that they would reroute the traffic out the entrance, which is extremely dangerous. And, a lot of this has been about safety, stopping an accident waiting to happen. Well, in 30 years of protesting out there, there's never been an accident except for Mr. Holler running into somebody with his car. So I'd ask you to consider what this is really about, because it's not about safety. It's not about stopping people from harassing families, because that's not what's going on out there. I have reached out to members of City Council. None of them have responded. I have asked for meetings to discuss our side of the story. The only person to respond was the mayor, and I certainly appreciate that. So this is about stopping public opinion and freedom of expression and the freedom to public protest. It is certainly an issue that's controversial. Other cities and governments have decided that they will oppose these types of places in this day and age. And again, I don't ask you to jump on our side, but I certainly ask you to provide us with an opportunity to express our freedom of rights of expression. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and your address?
Jill Botelio, St. Catharines. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Before I begin, for legal purposes, I would like to state that I am not affiliated with Marineland Animal Defense. I do not organize with Marineland Animal Defense, and I am an independent activist who has been protesting Marineland for 22 years now. Many people, including Marineland Animal Defense, chose to stay home this evening because they feel that speaking to you on this issue is futile. They believe you've already decided to lease more land to Mr. Holder and that it's a done deal. They are watching at home because they believe this whole process is a sham. I'm here to give you a chance to prove otherwise, a chance to avoid ending up on the wrong side of history. But first, I'm going to remind you of a few things. I stood here before you just over 1 year ago. I cautioned you that leasing land, public land to marine land would be a mistake, that supporting John Holer in his attempt to silence us would backfire. My prediction was correct, as numbers at protests steadily increased to over 1,000 people, and coverage of the recent issues at Marineland have received international media attention as far away as Australia. I cautioned you that this was a slippery slope, that this would set a precedent. This was also correct, as here we are again, fighting against more land being leased to Mr. Holder. I also seriously cautioned you that these types of decisions impact on your constituents' human rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Recently, a Superior Court of Ontario judge deemed further land leases to Mr. Holder as an infringement on charter rights and refused to grant such a thing. Yet here you are in a municipal meeting room considering doing what a Superior Court judge could not and would not do. Maybe it's time I remind you of your role as City Council members. Your role is to represent the public. So let me then remind you of what the public is saying about Marineland. Included in a few of the QMI media articles entitled Mayor Defends Marineland, there were public polls placed underneath the online versions. One had a poll asking if people had been to Marineland, and 43% of the public responded yes, but it's nothing special. Under another version, the poll asked if the public had concerns about the animals at Marineland, and 80% of the public, a total of 10,128 people, said yes, they had concerns about the animals at Marineland. TripAdvisor has Marineland ranked by the public as 49th out of 87 tourist locations in Niagara Falls. In fact, 22% ranked Marineland as terrible, which is the worst rank possible. Petition to save Marineland's animals has over 90,000 signatures at this point. If your role is to represent the public, you may want to listen to what your public is asking of you. I am also here to remind you of another important role of City Council, and that is to ensure accountability and transparency of the operations of the municipality. To that end, I ask that we stop playing games. Last year, we were told this was about beautification and safety. This time, I'm asking you to be transparent and accountable for your actions, which, if you give Holer the land, will be that you are stifling public speech in a poor attempt to save the business of one stubborn man. I mean, if everyone was really concerned about safety, why was the traffic allowed to be rerouted through an uncontrolled intersection? Last year, Mr. Richards had specifically compelled the council to grant the lease because of safety concerns for tourists unfamiliar with the area. But no one was concerned when Holder sent those same confused tourists out an intersection with no traffic lights. Last year, Mr. Richardson said the sidewalk to Chippewa was specifically excluded. Why then are we back to discuss it again? My next point may not be a reminder at all, since Mayor Diodati, you stated in the newspaper that you see no signs of neglect in regards to the animals at Marineland. The plight of Kiska, the only orca whale at Marineland, is a sad but perfect example of neglect by Marineland. Kiska is alone. This is actually illegal in the United States because orcas are recognized as highly social beings. Here, it is legal, but neglectful. Kiska is alone because the last orca to live with her was taken back by SeaWorld because they claimed in court that Marineland was neglectful. Before Ike left, Kiska had 5 babies born at Marineland. All 5 died before her eyes, the oldest only living until 6 years old. In the wild, orcas live up to 80 years old. While this treatment is legal in Canada, it results in numerous premature deaths and can be considered neglect. In the last 20 years, 20 belugas, 14 orcas, and 6 dolphins have died at Marineland. This is what I'm telling the public about. People have a right to know what their money is supporting, and as representatives of the public, I am here to remind you that you should not be impeding that discourse in any way. Finally, I would like to remind you that since I stood here last year, Mr. Holder was again caught on tape threatening to kill an activist, and Marineland has sued 5 individuals and the Toronto Star for millions of dollars. Holder has also threatened to sue the U.S. government. I stand before you despite death threats, and despite the threat of being sued for millions of dollars, and behind me stand others willing to do the same. Do you really think that giving more land to John Holder will be successful in silencing his critics? And in your role as representatives of the public, do you truly believe that leasing more land to a corporation is in the best interest of your constituents? This is your chance to end up on the right side of history. Please take it. Thanks for your time.
We do have one question, Mr. Tillio, from Councillor Carrier.
Oh, exciting.
Thank you, Your Worship, to you, through you to the Speaker. I always wanted to ask some of the activists or protesters, Do you actually protest or address any levels of government that actually have control
Yes.
over the licensing and the operation of these facilities,
Yes, we do.
rather than a municipality who, as you know, really has no control over what they do?
Certainly. I'm not addressing you in the sense of the fact that you could actually make difference in the regulations, but rather that you are supporting an industry that your own public does not support.
You didn't answer my question.
Yes,
Do you-
we
do you-
speak,
do
we,
you-
yes, we
what
deal
can
with
you
Madeline
tell me?
Malia,
Who, where,
and
wow.
Sherry DeNovo comes to the protests. We are dealing with politicians all the time. Here I am to speak to you about not squelching our rights, but to them I'm speaking about regulations in terms of closing the loophole in being able to bring animals from other countries, etc.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Any other questions? That was fun. Okay.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Yes, Councillor Wing?
On Vince's point, I'm glad to see you're concerned, because I actually brought two motions before council, I believe it was last September, and they were deferred until certain things were resolved. And they dealt with the very sort of things that you were asking about. Staff hasn't brought them back to us, but I think it would be really good for the image of the city if they were to come back and we were to support them.
So is there anyone else in the gallery? Mr. Richardson, did you have any follow-up comment?
That's interesting, because last year we weren't allowed follow-up comments.
Just 2 points, Your Worship, members of council. The first is that the reason that the entrance on Portage Road was changed to an entrance and exit was because of the impeding of the exit of vehicles onto Stanley Avenue. That was something that was...
We've got decorum, please, so we just direct all the comments to the chair.
The second point is this: the statement that was made about the judge saying this is a breach of the Charter of Rights is not true. That was cited in the posting on the internet today or yesterday by Mr. Powell, and we posed that specifically to the lawyer who appeared on the injunction proceeding. The leases were never discussed in the court. So I assume that the Speaker has picked that up from the posting by Mr. Dowell online. It's not correct. The judge has never addressed or said anything about the leases, whether they are or are not contrary to the Charter of Rights. In our respectful submission, they are not. There is plenty of room for the protesters to express their protest without interfering with other persons who are going about their lawful business. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of council of Mr. Richardson? Okay, none? All right, thank you very much. Okay, council, you have a report before you. You have some recommendations. What's the will of council? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I think the court order really satisfies my concern with respect to this matter. The leasing of the lands simply, in my opinion, gives the opportunity for the police and everybody to control this. We're still interested in having a legitimate business that draws thousands of people here to this community, and I would move the approval of the report.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Iannone. Councillor Iannone, you want to address? No? Okay. So we have a motion with a second. Is there any comments to the motion? Councillor Wang?
I won't support it. I think what's in the court order gives them what they need. I think this is overkill. I'm really concerned with suspending the right of public passage. I did a little looking into what that is all about, and it's actually something enshrined in our common law. The origins date back to Roman times. So this is a very ancient principle related common passage, and the lease agreements have in the recitals, whereas the council, the landlord, which is the city, is of the view that the property is not currently required for the use of the traveling public. Well, I don't agree. I think that land is required for the use of the traveling public. You know, people don't just drive between Chippewa and the rest of Niagara Falls. They also bicycle, they walk. You know, so I just have a real issue with doing this, especially when there is a court order that takes care of it in another way, in the proper venue. And just on something, I think it was Mr. Garrett said, I came across online a conference that CESA held a few years ago, and that's the Southeast Asia Association of Zoos and Aquaria. When you read what they're doing there in Southeast Asia, which we look at as the developing world, they are light years ahead of us in terms of how they understand and approach and deal with the natural world and the other species in it. I really am concerned about how all this reflects on our city as a whole, and there is an awful lot of the public out there worldwide that doesn't agree with the keeping of cetaceans in these sort of facilities, and I think it's a bit of a black eye for our city, and I would love dearly to see this become a facility more like Canada's Wonderland, Fantasy Island, the sort of places we all flock to, because somebody pointed out it really is something that's becoming very passé. So I think there's a common goal that we would all like to see. We'd like to see all our businesses in the city succeed. There's a lot of people who realize that this is morally problematic, and I think we all have the same end goal in mind. It's just a matter of getting there, but in the meantime, I don't think these leases are necessary, and I can't support them.
Thank you. Any other comments of council? Okay. Then we have a motion, moved by and seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. And opposed? Okay. The recommendations pass. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you to those of you here on this issue. Next item is Report 1A, PBD 2013-51, matters arising from Municipal Heritage Committee, Mundy's Lane, former school of Greens Corner. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, just for council, the two reports actually sort of be considered in tandem. There is the report related to the Municipal Heritage Committee, their recommendation vis-a-vis the old Parks and Rec building. I have a supplementary report. As you're aware, Mr. Pingu has requested to speak to this matter. I know he's in attendance, so I'd suggest maybe you hear from him first.
Now, we've got two issues, Mr. Clerk. We've got one from the Heritage Committee and the second one from City's report. So recommend before we hear either of these reports or discuss either? Okay, sounds good. Mr. Pingu, if you'd like to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor, member of the council, ladies and gentlemen, staff. Thank you to allow me to speak here tonight regarding the property on the Lundy's Lane and Mount Rose Road. Last week we had a meeting with the Heritage Committee, and they support 100% to keep the building. Also, we spoke, I've been having some discussion with Mark Richardson, and also, Your Worship, I did speak to you about over a month ago, I believe, when I had a discussion with you, and then I called you back. Of course, you're a very busy man. We were talking about Columberry using the original building. And speaking with Mark and the Heritage Committee, they support it. They're here today. They can also speak. And to be here tonight, I got my vacation bit short. When I told my wife tonight, she wasn't too happy. But anyway, that's things we have to do. What I did in the last week, just finished today, if the Columberry goes into the building, as Mr. Richardson stated on his report, between the plot and the Columberry, that if you build the gazebo, you'll be about $350,000 profit. I don't believe that's going to happen. So I did a little sketch, which I would like to give to each and every one of you. One. Can you pass around, please? I just had the chance to do only one building on the east side of the building. the niche that we could fit on one room only are 1,008 niches. According to Mark, he says each of niches will cost $1,300. So therefore, you talk a lot more money than $350,000.
Okay, so just so I understand, Mr. Pingu, so
Well, I'm
this,
listening.
say this again, so this is a sketch of,
Sketch, we did this, my architect did that, showing, as you can see the sketch, they're 7 feet high, okay? And you can fit like 42, 42, 84, 84. The total amount would be 1,008.
in the building, inside the building.
Inside, only in one room. And then you have the rooms on the west side, which I give you the sketch on the last meeting. That's why I brought the sketch tonight. There's a room on the other side, which there is one bearing wall. I'm not sure how that bearing wall is there, but it's there. But there's still 3 rooms that could be used. But on one room only, on the second floor, you could put 1,000 niches with no problem whatsoever. These are exactly what you have on Portage Road at the church. I think it's the Methodist church, whatever church is down there on the right side. So, where is the problem?
So you're suggesting, rather than demolish the building, your suggestion is that you use the building as a columbarium?
I don't want to use the word demolition again, please.
So your suggestion is, rather than the report, you're suggesting put columbariums inside the building? That's your suggestion?
Yes, and the city only makes the profit out of it. If you got 1,000, as Mr. Richardson said, that the $1,300 each, there's a profit to be made with very little expense we got to do. And the renovation inside, you don't have to do as much. I can see what they did at the church. They didn't do anything. They left pretty well intact. But you do have to reinstall the furnace. You have to do some wiring, electrical wiring.
Well, I don't know enough about what's required for a columbarium. I don't know. I mean, Mr. Clerk, did you want to...
Well, I say this with all due respect to Mr. Pingu. I had made that suggestion a number of years ago at a staff meeting, and Ms. Morrissey at the time, who was the director, said it wasn't possible. I don't remember the technical reasons why, but she claimed that a columbarium couldn't be accommodated in the building. I don't know if subsequent staff have looked at that, but I remember that was her line at the time.
Maybe we've got... Yeah, well, maybe, I'm not sure, Mr. Richardson, I know you're here. Have you done any preliminary work on the idea of retrofitting this building to host a columbarium? Maybe we'll get our staff person to give us a little insight, whatever you do know. I know you're not maybe prepared, but what might you share?
Thank you, Your Worship. There was a report done back in 2005-2007 by BMA Consulting, and they looked at 3 different options, one of which was to convert the building into a visitation center slash columbarium. At that time, they determined that it was not the most economically feasible option. Since that time, as you know, I've been in cemeteries a limited time, and I've had the opportunity to meet with Felix as well as the Heritage Committee, and they presented that option to me as far as retrofitting the building. The current numbers that we've presented in our document looked at the expense to demolish the building. So the expense to retrofit the building with respect to asbestos removal and to repair the flooding and mildew damage that currently exists. I do not have those numbers presently, but it is something that I absolutely acknowledge that it might be a possibility if we have done that to Stamford Green Columbarium.
Okay. So you're saying that, no, and what were the main, do you recall what the main issues were? I mean, was it accessibility? Was it...
Accessibility is certainly a concern. The building would require a substantial retrofit as well as repair both internally and externally. Again, I don't have those numbers. But again, looking back at the report that was presented through BMA, when they did that evaluation, they deemed that the most economical option was to demolish the building and use it for in-ground burials.
And that company was?
BMA Consulting.
Okay, BMA. Okay. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Richardson? Okay. Yeah, sure. Councillor Gates?
And unfortunately, I don't have the report in front of me, but weren't we asked, I believe, to buy some land at about $400,000 an acre in that report? Wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why okay, then I better sit down and be quiet then, because it was, all right. Anyways, I would think a retrofit would be a lot cheaper than that. And I'm no builder, but I think retrofitting is, in some cases, millions of dollars cheaper, depending how big the retrofit is, but certainly thousands of dollars cheaper doing a retrofit. Would that at least be an accurate statement?
It's certainly not my area of expertise, however. Yeah, but what I can speak to is as Felix indicated, we do have Stamford Green Columbarium, an indoor columbarium that every few years we add another wall of niches, and that is an option that, in discussing that with Felix as well as the Heritage Committee, I acknowledge that it was something that I would take on as a task to identify those potential costs.
Okay, well, Council, was there any more, Mr. Pingu, that you wanted to add to tonight?
Unless I could speak after.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mark. We're talking about expense, flood, water. I've been doing water damage for the past 25 years. In the last 3 weeks, we cleaned all the water, the mold, you could think of it. There is a waste system to do it today. It's not a big deal. There is asbestos. It's very little asbestos. You don't touch the asbestos, you leave the way it is. You could go right over with the drywall and it's done. No problem. Some people make a big thing from nothing. Consulting, it's all they do. And I could prove that. I had my engineer go through, and I give the city a copy what we were going to do. So what else can be done? It's the best thing could be done. You got the niches, you sell it $1,300. I'm not making any money on it. Some people think that I was going to make money, I heard. When I give my promise, I give my promise. I'm not making any money on it. And last week I had a gentleman very known in the community, I don't want to say the name, and we were talking about this, and he said, Felix, if that goes with to fix up the building for the niches, what are you going to do? I said, I'm still going to help out. He said, you're going to help out doing what? I said, I want to knock down the garage because it's been bothering me for the past years. He said, I'll help you to pay to do that. So if this council could put this thing to bed, leave the building the way it is, we knock down the garage, we'll do the outside work, we paint it, clean the paint, fix the bricks, to the most original, and cupola, we'll be in charge. There's no cost to you. What else can I do? Of all these things here that I started, they had all meetings, they never had the decency to call me to be part of the meeting. There was an estimate for $216,000. I never knew that. They told me it was over 500. I said, you guys are dreaming. So let's put this thing to bed.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Maves.
Your Worship, I mean, it does seem like a reasonable, I guess, request. You have staff as well as a number of the funeral directors who are asking us to, change it into a columbarium. That's right there at Lundy's Lane in Montrose. You have Mr. Pingu as well as the Municipal Heritage Committee that are asking us to not take down the building. I mean, I think combining both of them together, keeping the building, creating a columbarium, so long as it's economically feasible, Your Worship, it makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's any hurry to get on with this. We've kind of been kicking the can around on this since 2004, I believe, so I don't see what another couple months really does to it. I mean, if you're looking for a motion to have this passed back to staff to see what the costs associated with changing the actual building into a columbarium is, I'd be happy to make that motion.
I could give you the cost now if you
Well,
wish.
we'll get the staff to do a report on that. Councillor Mays?
You're wasting more taxpayer money there.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar. I only know of the one columbarium that we have in the city, and I know there's no windows and things in it. How do you handle that? Do you have windows in the columbarium?
Yes, there is.
And how do you like? As far as I know, like it's such a private thing, just like even what do they call the other thing at Fairview? But anyway. I don't see how you're going to retrofit it, because if you're going to have to close off some windows and things, and you'll never match those bricks, and I just can't see how a retrofit. Once you knock down that garage, that's going to be an eyesore, and I honestly don't think. My family were in the building business years ago, and we watched different things happen where people tried to retrofit things, and they didn't work. When you try to, I think you're going to make a sadder looking building, and I think if we took it down and put up a proper looking columbarium with a monument to this school that's there and everything else, I think we'd be a lot better off.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wing?
Can I?
Old St. John's in Stamford on Portage Road is the columbarium that Mr. Pingree is referring to. It has windows. It has quite a few windows. And they put more niches in every few years. It works.
And St. John?
Yes, Old St. John's on Portage Road by the Stamford Green. It used to be a church. It was built in the, I believe it was late 1700s. It's been a columbarium now for a few decades with windows, and it works very well. And we have that opportunity here to do it again. And I think we need to take that opportunity. I'd like to second Councillor Pietrangela's motion.
I'll have to take another look at that building. Sure, I didn't see the windows.
Any discussion? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I think here we go with the merry-go-round again. We had a proposal from the cemetery people. It went to the Lundy's Lane BIA. They fully supported it, not only this time, but last time. Clean up the site, demolish the building, put in a proper beautification in front, which they want to do. When you start trying to fix that building, when the Parks and Rec were in there, they had to get out of there. The situation was so bad. So you got your asbestos, your water damage, you've got accessibility, which would be huge, and refitting the building. This is going to be astronomical. And the plan that they submitted, I thought, was extremely well done and provides us the not only the niches but the cemetery plots that we also need, which are so valuable in that particular area. So I'm not going to support this motion.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wayne?
Maybe then we need to de-designate the armory and knock it down as well, because we have all three issues. We have asbestos. We have a lot of asbestos. We have water damage. That occurred during the city's stewardship of the building. And we have accessibility issues. So if those are going to be our criteria for keeping or not keeping a heritage building, then let's get rid of the armory too.
Yes,
Just a response to that comment. We're talking about the armory, where people went and volunteered to keep the freedoms in this country. It has nothing to do with anything else. Otherwise, it would have been sold to the private sector. That's what they were going to do with that.
Okay, we have, did you want to make that, okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Could you just want, pardon me?
Yeah, just to pass it back to staff, Your Worship, I'd like to know, in staff's opinion, what they think the difference would be in retrofitting the actual building to a columbarium as opposed to tearing it down. I think we should know that before we go ahead and tear it down. There's going to be a cost associated with de-designating it anyway. There's a lot of staff time that's already been put in it already just to get it up to the designation point. Now we're going to turn around, pull a 180 and de-designate it. Before we do that, I mean, we should at least investigate the idea of turning the actual building into a columbarium.
Okay, and Councillor Wynne, you're seconding that motion. Is there any discussion to the motion? Yes, you've got, is this comment for this?
Yeah, can we speak to the...
yeah, I think, come forward. Now, you understand the motion that we're about to say right now,
Yes,
is to
I
buy
do.
us a couple of months of time to come
Sure.
back with a final decision.
Yes, I believe I understand it. I'm John Garrett, Simcoe Street, 4337. I'm a member of the Municipal Heritage Committee, although I'm not here to speak on their behalf. I've read through the background on this, and just a couple comments that I'd like to make is that one of the proposals that the cemetery services department is put forward here is that they put an outdoor gazebo columbarium. So I think in windows is not an issue, as Janice has made known. I think with respect to Councillor Thompson's comments, there was in June 2006, the city hired Nora Reid to do a heritage assessment of this building, and I don't know if any of you read it, but it's quite interesting. And if you're speaking about the armory, this building has as much history as the armory probably does. It served as police headquarters for Stamford for many years, school building for many years. The cultural heritage of this building, aside from the actual physical attributes of the building, are certainly worth saving, in my opinion. The committee agreed with that unanimously. I think it's premature to send this building or to approve your proposal for demolition. You're opening up another can of worms and another go around, because it then goes back to the province. It was this council that just as recently as 2010 designated the building. The reasons for designation haven't changed. There are very good reasons that it was designated. I wasn't on the committee at that time, but to send this to the provincial government and open it up to discussion, it's going to go around a lot more than that it is. We spoke to Mr. Richardson at the Heritage Committee, and it seems to me that the wrong question was asked whenever the question was asked. I think the question was asked, what would you do with this property if the building wasn't here? And a proposal came back to put in 300 graves or whatever, 400 graves. Perhaps the question should have been, what can you do with the building? I think there are many uses for this building. Adaptive reuse is certainly in the heritage community supported by the provincial government and by people around the world. We don't have a world-class building here, but we have a piece of our community and a piece of our past. To tear it down, I think, is a shame. I think that I would support your motion that at least it be sent back to staff. Mr. Richardson was quite open to the thought of looking into the building as a columbarium. Perhaps it's not usable as a columbarium, but until that study is done, how do we know? Once the building's torn down, it's gone forever. A few more months certainly wouldn't hurt to possibly save this landmark. The city's growing in that direction. There may be other uses for this building besides a columbarium. Maybe it's a hybrid use where the building is used as a columbarium and part of the grounds are used for cemetery plots. If you're looking for revenue, there are many ways to increase the revenue that was proposed. Parking doesn't seem to be an issue with the building. The parking lot could be turned into grave sites as well, so you could have the best of both worlds. I believe I spoke to Mr. Richardson about a community building using a welcome center. The paper just had Main Street's turning the old library into a community center because They said they never thought they'd be serving sandwiches. I don't propose that the city should be serving sandwiches at the old Parks and Recreation building, but that's the way it's going. I would beg you not to demolish this building until you look at it a little further. The last thing I'd like to say is there's a student that approached the Heritage Committee, a student from Willowbank that's here. He's a third-year student, and it just so happens, before all of this came up, serendipitous maybe, his graduation project, he chose to use the Parks and Recreation building as his heritage project. As we know, Willowbank is graduating some of the best heritage people in the province right now. It's one of the only heritage schools for School for Restoration Arts. If you'd like to hear him, I'm sure he'd introduce himself, and I'm sure he'd be willing to speak to staff if this goes back to staff.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's a good idea that he connect up with Mr. Richardson, and when he's putting his report together, we can maybe have that included in it. So are there any other questions or comments of council before we call the vote? And the vote is that we send it back to staff for another reevaluation for the consideration of a retrofit to look at making it into a columbarium. Okay? Yes, Ms. Grandoni? Okay.
I didn't come planning to speak, but listening to this, I attended grade 1 at Greens Corner School, so it has a special place in my heart, and I'm sure of many people living in the grade sites next door. And if you want to see what can be done with the school, on the weekends, the person that's restoring the school just next door to us at the corner of Beaver Dams and Garner is doing a painstaking job. He just restored the ceiling. It was all aluminum, and it took him a year. He worked on his back. You get the right person, you can restore anything you want to. It just takes the will to do it. And I hope that you do preserve Greens Corner School.
Thank you.
The whole of Lundy's Lane was all heritage buildings, and they're gone. When does it stop? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so everyone's aware of the motion. I'm going to call the vote now. Yes, Mr. Fingy, we're about to save it for a couple months. This is the motion.
Okay, just a second. Just to answer to Mr. Mays, here is the sketch, the way they designed to do it, with gazebo, open gazebo on the corner, not even 20 feet away from the cars, with no windows, open.
Well, this will be part of what we consider down the road.
And I also spoke with Mark.
Yeah, well, we're going to call the vote on the motion right now. So we're going to call the vote. We're going to call the vote now, okay? Because we've talked about this enough. We're not making a motion to do something. We're making a motion to not do something right now. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and hold on. Hold your hands up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. And opposed? 2, 3, 4. I'm in favor. So we're going to send this back to staff, and we'll deal with it at a later date.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
So just for housekeeping, the Municipal Heritage Committee, the recommendation is that you receive their motion. That's not contrary to what you just did, so I recommend that you approve that recommendation as written. My report would have to be deferred because obviously at this point in time you're not proceeding with steps to repeal the designating bylaw, so you should make a motion to that effect.
So okay, so receiving the report from approving it or receiving it?
You're receiving the motion, so you've taken into account the Municipal Heritage Committee's opinion on the matter.
So
the recommendation in the report is that Council receive the motion from the Municipal Heritage Committee contained in this report. This isn't committing you to any course of action, and I don't see that recommendation as being contrary to what you just did.
Right. Okay, yes?
And I just wanted to be that clarified to say it doesn't mean we agree with them. We're just accepting and receiving and filing.
Yes.
I wanted that clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, so that motion is, did you make that motion, Councillor? Okay, moved by Councillor Wing, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And, I'm sorry, opposed, Councillor? Okay. Okay, moving along. Report RNC 2013, on this one, Mr. Clerk? 2013-14, artificial turf field options. Mr. Clerk?
There's a deferral request. There is somebody who requested to speak, but if there is also a deferral request.
Okay. Okay, moved by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Gates, that we defer that report. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo? Non-debatable. Is this about the time frame or clarification?
I have a question, because I might want to declare a conflict.
Oh, conflict.
Yeah, let him ask the question.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question, Your Worship. I mean, it's not really related to the debate that could take place as part of the report, but my question is, it talks about these unsolicited proposals, and it has 3 of them in there. One of them is missing. The one that's missing.
The school you go to?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why I don't know if I mean, obviously I can't really benefit from it anyway, but I'd still like to know whether or not they did make, I guess, a submission to the city.
Ms. Boldenar, can you just maybe clarify Councillor Pietrangelo's place of employment, who was part of the original discussions?
Yes, through to the Mayor. The process that staff followed is when we did the presentation to Council in January for the Parks and Recreation and Culture Strategic Plan update, we did recommend a second artificial turf field. So following that presentation, we did receive 3 proposals, but in the past we had met to discuss the possible location at St. Mike's for an artificial turf field. So we didn't include the letter, but we did include in the chart that we have had previous discussions about that location.
So they did at one point send a letter in?
It was a meeting. We didn't receive a formal letter, but we did have a meeting to discuss the location.
Okay. Your Worship, I'll declare conflict on it.
Okay.
Since it is in place of employment.
All right.
Just want to ask a question, Councillor.
Yeah, as long as it's not, we're not debating.
Have we taken this to the Recreation Commission? I know I didn't make...
That's really not something that we should be getting into right now, because we've got to make this, we've got to defer a motion, it's just not debatable.
Okay, good.
Okay, that's okay, no problem. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Consent agenda? Okay, we're going to bring forward from the consent agenda MW 2013-39, Portage Road Rail Corridor Maintenance Agreement. We've got Mr. Radachik here, and respectful of his time, we're going to bring its consent agenda MW 2013-39. Yes?
I make a motion we approve.
Okay, motion by Councillor Iannone that we approve that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Morocco. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, guys, MW 2013-39. Consent agenda. That's one, so you're conflicted on that? Okay. Yes, it is. Okay? Can you show, Councillor, consent agenda, MW 2013-39, halfway down, the Portage Road Rail Corridor Maintenance. There's a yes. Okay, so there's a motion to approve, seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, none opposed. We just have some conflicts. Okay, so that's approved. Thank you, Mr. Radachik.
I can't thank Your Worship and Council enough, and I hope everything goes quickly for you.
By word, 'cause we're really sorry.
I got a few in. Thank you.
based by results.
Okay, yeah, why don't we do this then? We'll do that. We'll run through the consent agenda. The official council meeting doesn't start for another 10 minutes. So what's the desire of council to deal with the consent agenda? Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councillor Ioannoni to move the consent agenda, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there any... Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, I just want to draw your attention, because just the way the agenda got printed out, there is a report on the following page, which was the report you had deferred from the last meeting, but those meetings with the Fallsview BIA and interested stakeholders did occur, so we brought that report back as well. So I just didn't want you to lose sight of that.
That's the realignment of Portage Road.
Yeah.
And Fallsview Boulevard to Marineland Parkway. Okay, so is everyone up to speed and everyone prepared for that?
2 seconds.
Yep. You've got some time. So if you want to just double check that TS 2013-32 Portage Road realignment, Fallsview Boulevard to Marineland Parkway. Yes, Councillor. Yep, Councillor Kerr.
Question?
Yes.
On about the employee benefits.
Okay, that is
in the consent?
HR 2013-03. 03, yep.
Why not go with the low tender? My question was, and could we have not got Sun to match Madavi's quote? Did we ask if they would match their quote, or are we just paying them the increase?
The CAO, maybe he can address this one for you.
I can help with this one, Mr. Mayor. We had our new broker that's gone out and brokered both of this, because we had two different carriers and they've been merged. You'll see there's a significant savings by going out on this process. The difference in bids between the existing, who is Sun Life, and the lowest bid is a little over $5,000. The new broker consultant that we have is determined that for us to go out and change all of our coverages over to a new company, in other words, the lowest bid, with staff time and their time, it would be far in excess of the savings of $5,000. So that's why they're suggesting, with the savings and the difference, stick with the existing carrier, because our overall cost at the end of the day would be more if we switched.
I know, and I understand that, but my question was, could we not have asked the second bidder to match the low bid?
Well, they've gone back and done that, and that's the numbers that you see there. They did not match it.
Right.
But they...
Did we do that? Did we
Yes.
ask them if they would match it?
Yes, through the process, they went back and had further discussions with them.
So they wouldn't match it, so we just go...
And that's what the difference came out to be. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Gates?
Actually, I did put a couple notes down on that. First of all, the 8% savings, where do you think it came from? Must be a reason. Like you're saying at the bottom, financial implications. This result with a combined annual premium savings of approximately $515,000.
Yes.
As you know, and as I know, most of the time benefit costs are going the other way. They're usually increasing 8, 12, 14% depending.
Yeah.
So what do you think, why did the bid come in with such a saving? Was there... Because I believe, and I might be wrong, but usually, particularly in a union collective agreement, you can do something with the carrier, but you certainly can't change the level of benefit. So where did the savings come in? Because I wrote down it was a good job, considering the fact you're just staying with the same carrier and saving money. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So,
well, I would say there's two things. One is that by taking the two different plans and merging them, they're going to get, by lack of better words, better volume discount, if you will. And secondly, we're with a new broker, a new consultant, and I think they've gone out and found some areas in there to have people sharpen their pencils, and I think they did a really good job. So I think the combination of both those things, where we had these two separate coverages, administrative duplication, I think it's really helped showing savings.
Well, I just want to say, to save $500,000 of benefit costs at a time when they're going the other way, you did a pretty good job. So good job.
Okay, Councillor Carrier?
And another one, Your Worship, TS 2013-32, Portage Road realignment, Fallsview Boulevard to Marineland Parkway. Request for proposal. That's in that as well, isn't it? Is that in the consent agenda as well?
Yes, it's the last one.
Some of the questions or comments I have, I attended a meeting here at City Hall, and Councillor Thompson, I think, was there with me. I just wanted to make sure that we understand that we should not be referring to this only as a possibility of a realignment, but at the meeting it was discussed that there could be also other options, such as the reconstruction of that road and that whole area. So I don't want anybody to misunderstand that we just look at this as a Portage Road realignment. There were a lot of other options discussed, and that it was our understanding after talking to Mr. Holman and many of the stakeholders and some other councils that were there, that the other options were as well. A reconstruction, a widening, bike path, a whole series of other things were discussed at that meeting other than just Portage Road realignment. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone looks at that as that, and it doesn't get lost in translation when we start looking at this as just a Portage Road realignment, because there was a lot of other opportunities that we had discussed, and staff and stakeholders agreed that we should look at the whole picture, as well as opening up of the old McLeod Road, or looking at that, or all kinds of other things that were discussed, not just the realignment.
Mr. Dren, did you want to address that? I'll get you right on straight after this.
Yes, through the mayor, that's exactly what was put on the table, that we would, it's not just a realignment, but we would look at all options when we're doing this. And we heard loud and clear that they wanted stakeholder meetings added to it as well, to ensure that there was one-on-one stakeholder meetings, and that all of that would be part of it, and that we would go back to the consultant and ask them to do that.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about how this information is relayed to the consultant, because the feedback we got at the meeting, the majority, I would say all of the stakeholders that we talked to, and Councillor Carriel was there, were interested in doing something to reconstruct and improve the existing Portage Road. I think just saying the realignment of Portage Road is really giving the wrong impression to the consultant. I think they should be examining the area with the input from the consultants to make sure that they get what they want. Really, in my opinion, Councillor Carriel, the consensus was let's really put the money into fixing up the extension of Portage Road around the back of the hotels there, and making sure that, rather than trying to forge through a new facility. So I think this has to be handled very carefully to make sure that the input from the stakeholders is taken into consideration, and it's not just, oh, we're going to do the realignment, plus we'll look at other things. That's not what I think came out of the meeting. It was, let's look at what's best for the area and what's the best spending for the municipality.
I think our CEO would like to
just to follow up on it, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Dren did indicate to confirm that we had committed to having the consultant meet one-on-one with all of the stakeholders, so they would clearly get what their preferred option is for that area. So we've committed to that, and that's been passed on to the consultant.
Okay, so do we have a motion to receive the remainder? Moved by Councillor Carriel. Oh, we have it? Who moved it a second?
Councillor Iannone and Councillor Peters.
Oh, there you go. Councillor Iannone and Councillor Peter Angelo. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Anyone that needs to run off to the washroom, we'll come back here and we'll continue on with the regular part of our meeting. Thank you. after a brief recess, we're now going to move on to the planning report part. First question, we did jump a little bit ahead into our agenda. Is there anybody here in regard to an item we had to deal with regarding a lease on Bridgewater Street? Is there anybody here for that matter? There's not, okay, because that matter was approved. So we just wanted to make sure if anybody was here for that. Now moving back on to our planning reports, or presentations rather. First one is PBD 2013-53. Is it not? Which one are we on here, Mr. Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead of myself here. Presentations and deputations. First off, we've got Coast to Coast 2013 National Kids Cancer Ride. I understand we've got Neil Babbage here to address council. Is Mr. Babbage here? He must be riding. Okay. Well, if Mr. Babbage does, in fact, arrive, we'll definitely get him back into the agenda. So where was I, Mr. Clerk? I guess I was on track anyway. I was on track without even knowing it. Yeah. Thank you very much. Next item is AM 2013. I would ask the City Clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to expand an existing apartment building at 6218 Dorchester Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, July 12, 2013, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Ervish, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. The application before you tonight is a rezoning of a property on the east side of Dorchester Road, north of Stoke Street. The property has a lot area of 0.2 hectares, which is about half an acre of land. Immediately to the north is a small walk-up apartment building. North of that is a 6-unit townhouse development under construction. And as well on the west side of Dorchester Road are a number of apartment buildings. The majority of the buildings in the area are single detached dwellings. As well, further to the east is AG Bridge Park, as well as Mrs. Margaret School. The property in question has a small 2.5-story apartment building on it now. There are 9 units in that building. That's designated on the drawing in front of you as Building A. The owner of that building wishes to add an addition to the back of the property. It's a fairly deep property, which is identified as Building B. This would be a 3-unit or 3-story building, and they're proposing to add 6 units into this building to increase the number of units that would be on this property. They'd be as well improving the driveway access into the property, increasing the number of parking spaces. Overall, they are looking for some special provisions. The parking, which normally would be a standard of 1.4 spaces per unit, they're looking at a different or a request of 1.3 parking spaces per unit. This is a minimal difference, and so therefore would not really affect the operation of this site. They're also asking for an increased rear yard setback of 25 meters. The minimum requirement is much less than that, and similarly the south side yard, which is the area where the driveway faces, is also double the size that would normally be expected. The side yard on the north side, they're asking for 3 meters, where typically 6 meters would be provided. But again, in order to move that building as much away from the single detached dwellings to the south, the developer is proposing to minimize the north yard, and that backs onto the parking lot for the apartment building to the north. They are looking as well for a reduction in landscaped area to 32%. However, it's still a fairly significant amount of landscape, and they're also looking to recognize the frontage onto Dorchester Road to the existing frontage for this property. And they're looking for a building height of 12 meters for the addition. That is building B. That's in order to allow them to have a pitched roof on the building, which they feel would be more in character with the residential buildings in the vicinity. The property, as I mentioned, is for 3 stories, 6-unit addition to the 9-unit building. The property is currently zoned R5A, so they're seeking R5B zone, which is another of our R5B zones. I outlined as well the special provisions that they're looking for this site. There was an open house held on July the 8th. 9 residents came out. There were concerns raised about the privacy, lighting on the site, increased traffic in the parking lot, and servicing issues in the area. Some of the neighbors did suggest that if there was additional landscaping, that would alleviate some of their concerns with respect to privacy, and those could be worked out during the site plan stage. The provincial policy does encourage the municipality to have more residential development occur in our built boundaries. By 2015, we should be having 40% of all new development in our existing built-up areas, and this would largely be through intensification. This would be one form of intensification. The official plan designates these lands as residential. Under that residential designation, buildings having 3 to 4 stories and up to 75 units per hectare can be considered, whether on the periphery of residential neighborhoods, whether on arterial roads, close to transit systems, close to schools, and close to shopping. The Council's recent intent in terms of intensification is reflected in Official Plan Amendment 94. Those policies would allow up to 4 stories and 75 units, so exactly the same. Those policies aren't in effect because the amendment is under appeal. In reviewing the proposal relative to the official plan, we found that the site is located on the periphery of the Corwin neighborhood. Dorchester Road is an arterial road, therefore qualifies for those 75 units per hectare, and Dorchester Road is an arterial road which is designed to carry large traffic volumes. The site is close to park and school, and is within walking distance of neighborhood commercial facilities. As well, the maximum of 3 stories and 75 units is within the densities of both the existing plan and within Official Plan Amendment 94. Therefore, it's considered compatible with the surrounding residential area. The existing buildings and the proposed addition are consistent with the building heights and densities of the nearby apartment buildings, and the landscape buffering can be increased during the site plan process to create further screening. The R5A zone is the current designation. They're requesting an R5B. As I mentioned, a couple of the things that they're asking for that are increases from the standard is increase in the rear yard setback. That is the properties on the east on Corwin. There would be a 25-meter setback rather than the required 10-meter setback, and the setback from the south lot line, rather than being 6 meters, would be 14 meters. The site plan process could be used to mitigate any of the impacts that the neighbors might have in the area. We concluded, therefore, that the application does conform with the city's official plan in terms of location and density. Proposed building setbacks from the adjacent detached dwellings will ensure that the building is removed from those single detached dwellings. Use of tree plantings through site plan could be used to mitigate, and therefore staff is recommending that council rezone the property from R5A to an R5B zone to permit this 3-story, 6-unit addition to the existing 9-unit building. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Yes, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I guess, to Mr. Hurlovich. The one question I had was in regards to the difference between the R5A and the R5B zone. I know it does state in the report building height, building setback, lot coverage regulations are identical in both zones, or in both zonings. I just don't understand the fundamental difference between R5A and R5B.
That would be with respect to density. The R5A would permit 50 units per hectare, whereas the R5B permits up to 75 units per hectare. So that's how they would get the additional 6 units.
So if the current zoning was maintained, then do you know what the landowner would be allowed to build?
I didn't do that calculation, but I'm going to guess that it's probably the 9 units that are currently there.
He would be able to build 9 units?
No, he would have what he has now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of council? Councillor Carrier?
On the previous slide where it talks about that we have to have 40% increase in intensification, Alex, there was a screen on the provincial policies require 40% of all residential development to occur through intensification with them build up. What if we don't? What if we don't? Because I've sat here week after week, month after month, year after year. It doesn't seem like our residents want to see that. It might seem that the province has stuck us with that and all the other municipalities. But we're representing our people, and from what I see, our residents don't want that. So what if we don't do it?
We've actually been achieving fairly close to that. I think 2 years ago we did have 40%. Well, actually, the Forest Glen was a large apartment building developed, so we did actually achieve it. The staff buildings, the additions that went up. Last year, I believe we had 30% of our new units were within our built boundaries. We're actually very close. What would the province do? I'm not sure what they would do.
And I don't think that there's as much of a problem on a new build in a new area where you already designated. The problem is always where we seem to want to intensify in existing neighborhoods. So it's not a new build. Obviously, you can make it as dense as you like in a new area, and it's up to the people that buy that. They know it's there when they go there. The problem always seems to be when we want to intensify in the existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Councillor Idoni?
Well, and when I think we've all got the calls from the residents from Stokes and Corwin, and if you could go back the slide a couple back where it shows Dorchester and it shows the lots. If we ever had a learning experience, it was from Imperial Court, and you have the new row of townhouses being built right beside Imperial Court, and every problem the residents on Imperial Court and Corwin thought would happen and told us would happen is happening. So, I mean, this isn't rocket science. If the problem's happening there now with the intensification of that row of townhouses, it's going to be worse with this apartment building. So the residents aren't making this up. They're living it right now with those new townhouses being built. So while the province says you can, it doesn't mean we have to. And we make decisions here that's going to affect their private lives for the duration of that development, and I just think this is too much.
Any other questions for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at today's public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Does anyone here like to speak other than the applicant? Yes, sir. If you can step forward and state your name and your address, please.
Hi, I am Will Rempel, 6833 Stoke Street.
Rempel?
Rempel, yes.
Okay.
Yep. I have here the sign letter for those who are unable to make it for health reasons. I'm not sure where this should go.
To our clerk.
Okay. Thanks. All right, you'll have to bear with me, just be a little patient. I am not used to doing this or having any kind of public speaking.
No problem.
So, I will try and do this I'll be as brief as possible. All right. You'll have to use your imagination with me. I don't have an incredible PowerPoint presentation with lots of multimedia. So, with your imagination, we'll pretend that we're in a 1-2-story suburb. It's 1- and 2-story buildings all around. It's mature. Everybody's had their houses for a while. One of the neighbors decides, what I want in my backyard is another house, just like my house. So I want 2 houses. I think that would look great in my backyard. So I'm going to do that. But I think maybe my neighbors might complain. So what I'll do is I'll shrink it by 1/3. Well, okay, I'll bring it down to 58%. 58%. And then I'm thinking, but I still want that extra space, so I'm going to make it 3-story. And I got the one neighbor who complains, so I'm going to shift it off to the side, to the back, to the other neighbor. He won't care. And having a 3-story tower in the backyard, something, I don't know, that might be, the neighbors might have a problem with that. So I know what I'll do. I'll put it on a peaked roof, because now a 3-story tower with a peaked roof in my backyard will fit totally. Nobody could complain with that. And this slide here indicates what's going on at first. This is not a development on Dorchester Road and Artillery Road. This is in the backyard of the apartment building, and even more so, it's in all of our backyards. It's closer to the Corwin backyards than it is to Dorchester. That 39.3 meters is actually not out to Dorchester. That's the road easement? Road allowance, right. So it's actually larger. 15.5 meters, it's less than half. Even given that offset, putting it back, it's far closer to the Stokes backyards than it is to Dorchester. So this is a 3-story tower in a backyard, in everybody's backyard. So the consequences of that: loss of quality of life, no privacy, loss of view. Our area, by the way, for those who know, is beautiful. Lots of mature trees. There's increased noise, traffic, congestion, noise of the people, the cars coming in and out. I'm sure you've heard all of this before. More lights. So in a picture later on, my cousin has done a great wall of cedars. He did not do this by choice. He did this because we've already had problems with privacy in the past, so they felt the need to do it. Otherwise, moving on, MPAC, I gave them a call and asked them what they can comment on that. They said that actually they do have scenarios for this, not just for new apartment buildings, but if there's an additional apartment building added onto a property, then this scenario applies. And so then I called them up and asked them, and they said for the properties that abut this apartment property, we're looking at $5,000 that can be taken off of everybody's assessment. So I believe that's 5 properties that abut it, so that's $25,000 knocked off the property tax rolls. So we've got that as well. We've got the Baldinellis, who are been discussing about moving out if this thing passes. So I hope you can understand the severity of that somebody who's been there, who's invested considerable into that time and energy into that property, are saying they're just going to get up and leave. Nobody is for this. Nobody thinks this is a good idea. Everybody is against it, vehemently against it. Everybody had bought their properties and invested a lot. So this is all mature. There's time, money, effort, and their heart went into all of this to make it, beautiful places for one and all. And the other issue is that this keeps happening. We've been coming, I myself haven't, but my cousins have come in the past, other neighbors have come in the past, year in, year out. Every time one of these proposals comes, and we keep coming up and saying, this is wrong, this doesn't fit in the area, and then it keeps on happening. Something is not going right. There seems to be a failure of communication. Something seems to be going wrong. this infilling thing is something that can easily be done wrong as well. I mean, you've got actually what you would consider a good problem to have. Everything is nice there already. So this is something that takes care, not blunt objects. This guy's going on automatically. So you can see there, if you can take a look.
He's cognizant of your 10-minute limit.
What's that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, this one here, just so you get a rough idea. I know many councillors came out. Thank you very much for coming out. The chimney that's there is approximately where the soffit is, so where the building part ends and where we get to the roof. The roof peak is, we're just trying to rough it as best we can, is probably around where that antenna ends. And then the building goes back where you see there were center windows beforehand. That's where the building starts, approximately there. So again, you're going to have to use your imagination for that. This is just an example of the size of what's there already compared to the houses there. If you pause here for a moment, the garbage bin there is approximately where the building, to the best of our guess, is going to end. That's about there. And then the rest after that is parking lot, and then there's the several feet of grass space. And there's just another view again of the same situation. Okay, this is Tony's backyard property. Everybody is, or several people have seen it live already, so, you know, great. This is a little bit redundant, but we think we would bring it anyways so that folks can see it. That entire skyline there going to the Cedars is going to be all wall. That's going to be all the building right there. So most of what you see there. In the open sky. There's another view. There's a rough idea with the antenna height. That's approximately, we believe, about the peak roof height, just to give you an idea. And again, most of that area, what you see, the visual is building. And there is an example of Tony Baldinelli's complaint about lighting that we have had, and I'll get back to that a little later, especially considering the lighting there on the left-hand side. So, I'll mention just briefly for myself, well, actually, since these are coming up, we'll show briefly here. You can go just one right after the other. These are the buildings. That can be a potential high-rise apartment, another apartment. This is all within about a 400-meter distance from Lundy's Lane, Dorchester, moving down. I didn't actually get all the apartments and multi-unit properties. I actually missed some. I missed the Dorchester Manor, which is just south, a short distance. This is what Gary and his wife Lori are dealing with. If you have been there, you'll know what I mean. If you haven't, I encourage you to take a look at what's happening at the Costantino construction that's currently underway. And you can see how close the buildings are there, and then you can also see what is supposed to be not only a driveway but a front yard. And how he's going to make it all fit is a mystery to everyone. And so, the report that we got, I mean, clearly we don't agree with it. And the impression that we got is that they're using very coarse tools and very blunt instruments to get this kind of stuff done. We have a checklist, do things match, and it's okay. And again, infilling can easily be done wrong. You need to be careful about this. You can't use blunt tools for this kind of thing. It has to be done right. For the...
Mr. Rempel, there's a 10-minute limit. We've just approached it. Is there much more to add to this?
No. Then I will cut to the chase here. Then the R5B easements that he's asking for, we would ask that it be rejected based on all of those, whether it's the minimum lot area, the minimum lot frontage, the side yards, the landscape spaces, the building height, the required parking. We think just based on that alone, it should be rejected. The peak roof makes things worse, not better. That's not a good idea. Finally, because of the experience that Gary and his wife have had with the Costantino property, we have a lack of confidence that even if something gets said very well here, it looks nice in words, when it comes time to execution, it's not going to be good. So we don't have confidence that that's going to happen, and finally we don't have confidence in the applicant. We've already had difficulties with him doing the most basic things, those lights that we saw before. That's been years, and he's refused to do anything about it. Garbage bin, he didn't move it until he was forced to do it. So I'll get to the closing. This is not a win-win situation. It's not a win-lose situation. It's a win-lose-lose-lose-lose-lose-lose situation. And my apologies. If the final closing, this will be very brief. There's a letter from another applicant that it was recommended that I could read what it is that he said, and this is a short letter. I live at so-and-so road, and this is my notice of opposition to the proposed change in the zoning of the above-noted property. I own property on Montrose Road and have concerns regarding the change that this will have on the surrounding neighborhood. I feel the present zoning is adequate in keeping with the rest of this neighborhood. The lot does not warrant an R3 residential mix. The proposed 3-unit on the property will not be able to accommodate proper parking access, and this could lead to parking issues to the neighborhood as well as traffic problems on Montrose Road. Our property values could decline as these types of units tend to devalue the surrounding property. Yours truly, Mike Manojlovich, who is our applicant with us today. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Rempel? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else other than the applicant who would like to address council? Okay, seeing none, then we would ask the applicant or his or her representative to come forward.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. It's nice to be here. I've been here for quite a while. His building right now is one bedroom. Most of them are one bedrooms. There's 7 one-bedrooms and 2 two-bedrooms. What we're suggesting here is all these 6 units will all be one-bedroom units. I think that's kind of important. There's not going to be a lot of people there. Obviously, 6 additional cars, for example. The one thing that people were concerned about was the intrusion of this building, the possibility of people looking out the windows, etc., and so forth. But all the south windows on the building are hallways. The windows on the building, on the units themselves, all face north. In other words, they face to Maple Terrace, which is the building next door, really the parking lot. And that's why you've got 3 meters as opposed to 6 meters. They've taken on the south side, and we've increased the width by double what it has to be under the present zoning bylaw. The same with Corwin Avenue. It's moved back twice as far as necessary as well. So Chris Castelli, I think, has done a good job with the staff in making it very unobtrusive, and it sort of fits in with the general neighborhood. I think it really does. It's probably better than most of the buildings in the area. As far as Corwin Avenue is concerned, there's two windows in the back on the east side of our building that face Corwin, and those are both stairwells only. So all of the windows, people are looking out the windows from the one bedrooms are facing north, one's facing into Maple Terrace. That's very important to realize. Mr. Metalovich has indicated too that somebody mentioned at the meeting we had in July that he didn't like the siding on the property. He's agreed to make it all brick, and that'll be all sides. I talked to him this morning about that. As far as the big thing here is the south side on Stokes. Looking at the building, you've got on the northeast corner, you have some high trees there, some bushes, some cedars that really will hide the property. But along the south side, we've got a problem there that we can solve by the site plan, through site plan. And we indicated to them we'd plant trees and bushes and so forth, and we really can do a good job there, I think, because the building's going to be quite a ways away from the back of those units. So we can suppress that. And I've indicated to the people they should make sure that they are part of the site plan process. We're willing to have them as part of the site plan process, and we'd like them involved to make sure that they're happy, because we want happy neighbors. Obviously, anybody that has property, that if somebody else is going in next door, a house is going in next door, it's better that it doesn't go in. It's better to have it vacant. But I think that this is a reasonable, very reasonable proposal. It meets the zoning bylaw, meets the official plan, meets the provincial policy statement, all these things, and it really does fit in. But I think it's very, very crucial that the people, if this goes through, that the people get involved in the site plan. And Mr. Matalovich has indicated that he will do whatever is necessary to ease the burden of the site from the people next door, especially on Stokes Avenue. On Corwin, there's obviously a spot too. We definitely do that as well. Chris Costelli is here. He can answer any questions. He really was the author of this. I think he did a good job, and he can answer any questions you have. I think it fits in. They're only one-bedroom apartments. They're not two-bedroom. Obviously, the parking situation or the traffic is not going to have any effect on the traffic, obviously. When people go into their apartments, actually at 6181 Corwin Avenue, I used to live there. One of the neighbors was objecting to it, and the Maple Terrace was behind. I never had any problems. I was there about 15 years. I never had any trouble with the cars going in or anything like that. Hardly knew the building was even there. So I think the same thing will be true here. Just that you've got an addition. It's better to have it vacant, I suppose, but I think it's a reasonable proposal, and it's a good proposal. We're prepared to answer any questions you've got. Mr. Costelli will certainly do it, and I'll answer any questions you've got, too, as well.
Okay, are there any questions of Mr. Sinclair from Council? Yes, Councillor Gates.
Actually, I might not have a question as much as I probably have a statement. I believe that...
well, why don't we just, if there's no question, then I'll let him sit down.
No, but you may want to hear this.
Okay.
That might be important. Yeah,
okay, that's fine. I'm glad to stay here. It's good to stay
here. But I think, I jotted down some of your notes, and one that really jumped out at me was that you want happy neighbors. Yes. And I'm telling you, the neighborhood's not happy. And I think we saw that. I think my fellow councillors, I know a lot of my fellow councillors went and talked to the residents. These residents aren't happy. So if you want happy neighbors, then my suggestion might be that you just leave it the way it is. Might be a suggestion. Some of the issues on the quality of life, I think are legit. I think my fellow councillors may say that, but I think I certainly saw that. I think it stuck out on me, and it certainly hurts me that somebody wants to move out of their home that they've been into for 20 or 25 years because of this proposal. So I won't be supporting it. So, but I do appreciate your comment.
Are there any questions of Mr. Sinclair of Council? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Now, as part of your presentation, was Mr. Costelli going to present, or is he just here to answer questions?
He's more or less here to answer questions, or he can fill in, which I probably missed quite a bit. So if he wants to say anything, he's perfectly willing to.
Do you want to come forward, Mr. Costelli? Sure.
Thank you, Brian. Your Worship, members of council and staff members, I'm just here to make a few points about the design of the building. And one is the reason we put a pitched roof on it was that the owner, we had some discussions about extending the pitched roof over the existing building. It's presently a flat roof building, and the reason that we're asking for the variance in height is to allow that future pitched roof to be extended. It won't be beyond what we're asking for. The other thing is, when I did design it, I put all the windows on the north side, the windows to the units on the north side, facing the adjacent property. Therefore, I'm just reinforcing with what Mr. Sinclair said, that the windows facing east and the windows facing south, the south windows are for a corridor, which you enter the building at grade, and you walk up the stairs, and above the ground floor, there's an interior corridor. So those windows on the south side are only to let light into that corridor. The windows on the east side, there's a stairwell that exits at the other end of the building. You have to have a secondary exit. And those windows are for the stairwell. We plan to brick it all the way around so that it blends in with the existing building. And to that end, we know that it would be, if it were passed today, that it would be subject to site plan approval. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions of council? Mr. Cristelli? Yes, Councillor Ioannoni?
Just want you to close the public meeting and have to make a motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Council, the public meeting with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Ioannoni?
I move we deny staff's recommendation.
Okay. We've got a second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to simply state some reasons, because I believe we do have to state reasons, because the planning recommendation is for the application. I just want to say, first of all, infilling applications are probably some of the most contentious dealings that we have here at City Hall. We consistently hear from people who say, when I bought my home, those were not the rules of the game when I bought my home, and now you guys are changing the rules. We don't pick and choose what applications come forward. We simply have to deal with them when they do come down. Personally, I do believe that it is too intense for the area. The density, in my opinion, is too high. I wanted to state my reason, anyway, for wanting to turn it down. First of all, the new policies that we're talking about, R5B, come in under OPA 94. OPA 94, as I understand, is at the OMB right now. It is not in effect for the city. I don't understand why we're basing our planning recommendation on OPA 94 when those policies aren't in place yet. I don't know if anyone wants to give me an answer to that.
Why don't we ask Mr. Hurlovich to weigh in on that one? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Excuse me. Yes, to Your Worship, the policies on our current official plan are exactly the same. So an arterial road can have 3 to 4 stories, 75 units per hectare. OPA 94, up to 4 stories, 75 units per hectare. They're the same policies.
I guess, Your Worship, then the other point that I wanted to make is those policies are in place for developments that happen on the periphery of residential neighborhoods. The periphery, in my opinion, is the outskirts of the neighborhood. I don't believe development coming into the neighborhood is the periphery. Maybe it's a difference of opinion, but that's my opinion of periphery. Periphery is always on the edge and leading outward, never coming back in. And that's where it states that these residential developments, or that the infilling, is possible. Those would be my reasons for voting it down.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments before we call the vote? Councillor Wayne?
Yes, one of the letters of objection pointed out that in a 2-block area between Stokes and Barker Street, there's currently 7 apartment buildings and a 6-unit townhouse condo project. That area, that particular stretch of Dorchester, is getting very dense already. And yes, we are directing intensification to arterial roads, but I think we also have to take into account the whole area and how much density is already there. The other thing for me is the fact, as Councillor Pietrangelo alluded to, that it thrusts back into what is an established residential neighborhood, a very nice residential neighborhood, and putting a 3-story building there is just, when you stand in the Baldinelli's backyard, because I was one of the councillors who went out, it just is too much there. But for me, the big thing is from our official plan. It's under residential. It's 1.10. Infilling shall be imperative, designed and integrated to achieve compatibility and sensitivity with the surrounding area in terms of density, height gradation, and I'm not seeing that here, building mass and arrangement, setbacks, and appearance, to maximize privacy and to minimize any adverse impact on neighboring uses. I do not see maximization of privacy occurring with this proposal. I do not see minimization of any adverse impacts on neighboring uses. occurring with this proposal. So my reasons are right there in our official plan for denying this.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Okay, so it's turned down. Thank you very much. The next item is PBD 2013-54. I would ask the city clerk to please introduce the next item.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit an increase from 33 to 40 units for the townhouse development at 6570 Frederica Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, July 12, 2013, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hurlovich, could you please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendments?
Yes, Your Worship. This property involves 3.3 acres of land at the corner of Frederica and Prince Edward Avenue. A portion of the site is zoned open space. The developer would like to have that included into the same zoning that's on the property now, and to alter the floor or lot area requirements to allow him to increase the development from 33 units to 40 units. There are a number of single-family detached dwellings in the surrounding area, and there is a park at the southwest corner. The property was rezoned by the city when it was Jack Bell Arena, Stamford Arena, to an R4 zone, which would permit 33 townhouse units or semi-detached housing units. When the land was sold to the developer, a portion of the parkland was included, which is zoned open space. He now wants to include all of those lands as the R4 zone. There was an open house held in July. 7 neighbors were present. Most of the development, or most of the questions, pertained around the design of the buildings and the redevelopment of the park, and not with respect to the development itself. The proposed layout for this site is indicated on the plan before you. So there are a number of townhouse blocks for this site. There would be both single-story units as well as some 2-story units. They're requesting a minimum lot area of 300 square meters per unit. Typically in our R4 zone, it's 250 square meters per unit, so it's actually an increase. That is, there will be fewer units on this site than if it was just our standard R4 zone. They're requesting tandem parking spaces. What that means is one car would park in the garage and one car would park in the driveway of each unit. They are looking for a 3-meter side yard on the north side next to Frederica Street. That would be the one end unit. And as well, they were looking to provide some decorative fencing where the parking space would come a little bit closer to the streets. That's, I think, on Prince Edward Avenue and again on Cook Street. So it does provide sufficient parking. It's in excess of what our standard lot area would be. Again, this represents intensification under the provincial growth plan. The property is designated residential. It's on a collector road where the density is up to 50 units per hectare. They're looking to add 7 additional units to the 33 that are already permitted there, and we believe that the design is complementary to the neighborhood. They are, as I mentioned, single and 2-story units. Most of the property is already zoned R4, so this is just adding that strip of open space land. I already mentioned that we're increasing the lot area per unit. The reduction in the side yard on Frederica Street is very minimal. Increased lot coverage is necessary because these will be largely bungalow units. As well, they're looking to decrease the separation distance between the blocks down to 3 meters. That's the same as the Ontario Building Code, so we are fine with that. Therefore, we've concluded that the project does conform with the city's official plan. The zoning standards are minor in nature. That's the changes to them. There will still be an H holding provision applied to the land, which will require a noise study, environmental assessment, record of site condition for the property. Those are in place now and would continue. Therefore, we are recommending that the R4 zone be extended to the whole of the property and the density be increased from 33 units to 40 units. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Are there any questions for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at tonight's public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address this? Okay, seeing none, Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
You know what? Actually, sorry. May I speak?
Yes?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yes, if you can come forward. State your name and your address, please.
Sure, Nancy Vandermark at 5756 Glenholm Avenue.
Vandermark?
Vandermark.
Okay.
Thank you. Just in regards to the green space that we have in the little complex that we have there between Dorchester and Drummond and Frederica and Lundy's Lane, that little parkette that we have there is the only green space that we have there. And I'm assuming, according to the diagrams, that we will be now losing part of that park. Am I correct in...
Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to address that question?
I know you're calling it open space, but it is technically the park, correct?
Yeah, I think there's about a 10-foot strip of land that was sold as part of this development, but it wasn't zoned. So most of what you see would be there. If you're familiar with where the swings and the playground equipment is
Yes.
now, there's a couple of trees and a bench.
Yes.
And so it's about where those trees are that you would
Okay.
lose that strip of land. The site is
So for the entire neighborhood, for that entire square from Frederica to Lundy's Lane and from Dorchester to Drummond, that parkette is the only green space that we have, and we're going to be losing 10 feet of that. Already it's extremely tiny. It's the only place that we can go in our entire neighborhood for any green space to play with our children. It's extremely tiny as it is, and I definitely would not like to see it cut back even more to accommodate for 7 extra. I'm already disliking the townhouses being there. The traffic in our little neighborhood is quite busy as it is. We have plenty of stop signs that people run through because of the traffic that we have already, and to extend it even further to have an additional 7 would be much too much for us losing that tiny bit of green space that we do have.
So we're clear about what is being proposed here?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds like we're losing a lot more of our green space. Thanks.
That's the proposal. Thank you. Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to speak on Mrs. Vandermark's point, while they may be losing, and that didn't seem an overwhelming size of green space to me, we did have a meeting on site with dozens and dozens and dozens of the neighbors a little bit before that date, before it came to us before, and the developer highlighted the massive improvements he's going to make to the park. So the park will still be there. It's actually going to be a much better park than it is today. And upon listening to the neighbors speak, the developer actually said to them, "We're going to build you the park that you want." So we did take a lot of input from the residents that day, and we did have a report that covered that. So I just wanted you to know that he did address a lot of those concerns that day.
Was it just the immediate neighbors, though, like immediately surrounding the park, or did you do the entire Drummond to Dorchester, Frederica to Lundy's Lane? Because that entire neighborhood, that is the only green space. And to my knowledge, I have not had any letter mailed to my house. I have not had, and as far as the signage goes at the actual park, it's a very, very tiny side and not even facing the park. I didn't even notice it until 2 days ago, and I walk by there every day. The sign is very inconspicuous, so as far as this other meeting that they had on July the 8th, I had no knowledge of it. It came and went, and I walk there every day.
And Mr. Mayor, we had neighbors there from all the way out to where Drummond was.
Yeah.
I mean, we had people who lived in that vicinity their entire lives, and they were able to put their concerns forward. I mean, what started as would have been a small meeting ended up being quite a large neighborhood meeting that went rather lengthy. And almost every concern was not about the development. It was not even the size of the green space in Samantha Park. It was the actual improvements people wanted to see to the type of park that was there. Because initially the developer said, I'm looking at making you a better park than putting a basketball court in. And hands down, the neighbor said, oh no, we don't want a basketball court.
Yes.
We don't want it. We want a better playground. Let us give you ideas. And I'm sure that the agent or the lawyer will explain that those were all incorporated in that meeting also. So the message was made loud and clear and received loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw there was someone else back there. Yes, if you'd like to just come forward and state your name and your address, please.
Hi, I'm Lydia Noble. I'm the fiancée of Bruno Pemerano, who lives at 6469 Cook Street. And I have been speaking to the planning department concerning the high amount of traffic on Highland Avenue. And I was then referred to the traffic department somewhere, and I haven't been able to reach Marcena Carrick to speak to her. In an email to me, she suggested the neighborhood should do a speed study or speed watch, whatever. So with this new development, Mr. Pomerani is concerned about the high amount of, or the increased traffic in the area, especially coming along Frederica and then going north and south on Highland, going up to No Frills. And at the present time, and I'm so surprised, I'm from Toronto, that Highland has no posted speed sign. I'm used to having a 30-kilometer speed limit on city streets. I was told it's 50. I wanted to have a traffic study done, and I was told there was one done in 2012. The average speed is 52 kilometers. Now, I haven't seen many 52 kilometers. I mean, they come down Highland at such a high speed, especially at night between 8 and 10 p.m. They must do at least 80. And my question was, why is there no speed limit posted? There is no stop sign anywhere on Highland, all the way from Frederica North to Lundy's Lane. And I don't know, I don't have an answer. Anyway, with this new development, I am sure there will be increased traffic. I don't know if the applicant is doing a traffic study.
Why don't we get an answer for you, and maybe I'll ask our head of parking and traffic, Mr. Dren, is there any comment on the posting of speed limit signs in the area, and maybe even the proximity of stop signs? Is there any feedback on that from Ms. Noble?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to posting speed limit signs throughout the city, on local roads we don't post speed limit signs because
Why?
it's posted because it's 50 kilometers per hour throughout the city, unless otherwise posted.
Well, how do tourists know about it?
At various entrances to the city, everyone is advised with signs that say, here's what the posted speed limit is. It is common throughout many cities in Ontario, and we don't sign every street because the local speed limit is 50 kilometers per hour,
Well,
a maximum of 50 kilometers.
What about stop signs? Frederica has 2 stop signs. Highland has none.
In the case of Highland, we can review Highland. We can take a look at it again. I know over the years there have been several requests for always stops, and we have previously investigated them. With respect to the speed limit, again, my staff can have a look at it again and determine if there are problems that exist out there.
But I was told it wasn't necessary to do a study. I was sent an email by another planning department, Mr. Price, I think, and a letter from Ms. Marcena Carrick. The study was done in 2012, and they found the average speed limit was 52 kilometers. In the past 3 years, there was no record of any car accidents, so therefore, it wasn't necessary to do a study.
Yeah, again, the study was done about a year ago, and what she's doing is just stating facts with respect to what we've done up there in the past. And she probably steered you towards a neighborhood speed watch. That if you have
so what is
concerns,
that?
Neighborhood speed watch is where you have the opportunity to come out and borrow a speed board that would actually tell you what the speed of the traffic are. As well, you'd be able to document speeders, and we would act on it with the police. So because we can't be out there all the time, what happens is we put traffic counters out there. They're tubes that go across the road, and they not only count traffic, but they also register speeds. So that's why when we do those speed studies, people don't know they're being monitored with the speed, and we get that information.
So my other question was, does the applicant do a traffic study? Because with each unit, on average, it creates 2.5 car trips. So if you have 40 units, you're looking at 100 more cars coming along Cook Street. I'm sure they all want to go up Highland to No Frills, because Highland is really the major route that everybody takes, because all the other streets have stop signs and Highland doesn't. So everybody zooms along Frederica, goes north on Highland, and it's just unbelievable.
Mr. Hilbert, did you have any comment on that, on requirement of the I know we did a traffic study, obviously, prior to the construction, but is there any, now mind you, there would have been an awful lot of cars going to that arena every day too, and I know I was one of them. Those won't be there any longer, but have we done any kind of traffic study requirement for the applicants?
We haven't done a traffic study, and there wouldn't be 40 units would not be sufficient to warrant the request of a traffic study. You know, typically we'd be looking at 100 units or more. As well, because of the grid system that exists in this neighborhood, the ability for traffic to dissipate is actually much greater than it is on a curvilinear street. So some cars will go Frederica to Dorchester to Zayres. Some may follow the path as this speaker suggests. They would travel to Cook, cross 2 blocks over to Highland and south. Some will go directly down Prince Edward Avenue. So there's a number of paths that the traffic leaving the site would have taken, but because of the low number of units, we wouldn't have requested a study.
Okay, thank you.
So that's not necessary? I thought you had to do, the builder had to do a traffic study.
No, as you heard, unless there's 100 units, it's not typically required.
And in terms of the arena, the traffic would mostly go down Dorchester and then cut across Frederica. So Highland is high traffic area because of the shopping facility being No Frills. And I don't know, you can come and have a look, but I was just horrified.
If it turns out, Ms. Noble, after the construction, if there's increased traffic concerns, we can always do the neighborhood watch. There's a lot of things we can do for traffic calming measures as it's needed, but right now there's not a problem.
Well, the neighbors asked for it and it was never done.
Yeah, but last year one was done, and they're only averaging 2 kilometers over the average speed requirement. So right now there's not a problem, but if there is one, we'll definitely get involved.
Is it always averaged? The speed, I
think so. I think typically that's what we do. Do we usually average them, Mr. John?
It's basically what it is it's the 85th percentile speed. So 85% of the people are traveling at or below that speed limit. So that means there's a small percentage that are traveling over it.
Not true, but anyway. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no one else other than the applicant, then we'll invite the applicant, Mr. Meritori, if you'd like to step forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. I'm going to be very brief. First of all, I think I'd like to address the comments from the two residents who have raised some objections. I'm not sure that Mrs. Vandermark would be aware of the fact that, in fact, the piece of the park, Prince Edward Park, that is being taken at the north is really an exchange. There was another piece, a strip, on the east side, and in fact, this is not any greater piece of the park that's being used for the purpose of development. It was really a trade between one strip
to another strip to make a better development. So in total, there isn't really a reduction to the park area. So that to be clear. Secondly, the applicant at the public information meeting made it quite clear that he was quite willing to look at contributing, and in fact has contributed to some improvements that the city can make to the playground area at the park. So it is a compromise, but quite frankly, it was really an exchange. There isn't any more of the park that's disappearing. On the matter of traffic, I mean, essentially, the developer has to go on the basis of empirical evidence. Everything that the city had done, and we looked at the traffic study that the city had done, did not indicate that there was speeding or any large amount of speeding on the roadways surrounding the development, nor that the amount of traffic was anywhere near at the capacity of the existing roads. So there was, and that study is only a little over a year old, so to suggest that something has changed dramatically, it's very, very unlikely that that's been the case. With respect to the report, we endorse the report, but there is one point that needs correction that is not correct, and it's important because it's a representation that the developer made at the public meeting. At page 3, under the heading Neighborhood Open House, you will see in the first paragraph, the last sentence, the applicants provided information on the type of townhouse dwelling units that would be built, bracket, bungalow units, with some two-story units close to Frederica Street. That's not correct. The whole of the development is bungalow. It's single story. What Mr. Henry said at the public information meeting was that the property across the street, which was the old parking lot on Frederica Street, that's where the two-story townhouses, semi-detached townhouses, will be built. This development clearly will only be single-story bungalows. The other aspect of the development from a point of view of neighborhood sensitivity is that every unit, in fact, takes its rear yard, in other words, its amenity space, and to the closest to the adjoining neighbors, which I think makes it a very sensitive development from the point of view of the public. All front yards are internal to the development. They're contained in the total condominium development, which I think creates greater sensitivity as far as the adjoining neighbors are concerned. Other than that, we endorse the report and the recommendation. I'll be glad to answer any questions if there are any.
That's great. Are there any questions, Mr. Muratori? Councillor Morocco, Councillor Gates?
Through your worship, I just want to make sure that, are these all one bedroom, or are they two bedroom?
I think there's 1 and 2 bedrooms.
1 and 2 bedrooms?
Yes.
I mean, I'm just struggling with the fact that there's 33 units in this already quite built up and dense area already. To add another 7, I think you're not, they're still having the parkette, but you're actually, to add another 7, you're still taking away green space from somewhere. So as they're saying, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm just thinking that it's extremely high dense with these units. So you've got 33 as it is now, and if everybody has a car, there's 2 people living there, there's 66 more cars in there. I mean, that's already been approved. Now you're coming back and asking for another 7. That's another 14 vehicles that are traveling in that area. I'm just having a hard time. I have to say, I'm not really big and never have been on smart growth, because sometimes smart growth isn't the smartest thing to abide by. But anyway, I'm okay on the 33, but you're kind of pushing the envelope with me on the extra 7 here, because I have to say, I'm kind of looking at the neighbors going, yeah, they also have a little bit more green space here. And you're even taking that away by coming back and saying, I think I want to be a little greedy now and take that away and add 7 more spots in. So I have to say, I'm not sold on it, and I'm not going to tell you right now, I'm not going to support it.
Let me respond by saying that, in fact, your standard provision in the bylaw is 250 square feet. So, I mean, we are above that. It's medium density. Medium density at 40 units to this size is 13.2 units to the acre. Medium density ranges from 12 to 16 units. So again, we're well below what would be considered medium density. We're at the low end of medium density housing. So in both of those cases, while I understand, and certainly I don't think you can multiply units and say there's going to be 2 cars, because it doesn't necessarily follow.
To that point, worst case scenario, I guess you would say, because not everyone takes the city bus, as we well know.
Granted, on the other hand, I can't predict the number of cars per unit, and I don't think anyone can predict the number. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mayor Diodati. And I just want to talk a little bit before I really get to my point. When this first proposal came, I believe it was actually in camera and then came out for, it was said that the land swap was an insignificant land swap. And at that time, I questioned it. And then when we talked about it at we had the public meeting, which I also attended with Councillor Ione, I asked the question, were we going to come back and hear something else? And at that time, through the city, they said no. And I said, okay, fine, but here we're at the same thing again. So I want to make sure that you understand that the swap was in the far corner where very few people would be using that green space, and now where it's going is a lot closer to the park. And I think we had the dialogue around the tree and a park bench at the open house. So it isn't an insignificant land swap now when you're going to put 7 more housing on the land that you swap for. But my real issue is, right here it says, the request to be involved in further discussion on park redevelopment, which we had a lot of discussion around with the builder. This redevelopment is proposed to be added to the 2014 capital budget process for consideration. Now, I've heard Councillor Ione say that the builder would pay for the park. I haven't heard you say that. I thought he had said that particular day. And if he did, that's great. That's my note, and that's my point. What I had heard that particular day, and unfortunately I don't have those notes with me, or I didn't take notes that day, although I did attend the meeting, I heard he'd say he'd pay up to $15,000. So maybe to your council, maybe you could check on exactly what he contributed to the space to have a nice park there, even though it's maybe condensed green space, and that's what it may be, even though you're saying it's not, but it is in the usage part, that maybe the developer would commit to paying for it. Because if he committed to it, I find it interesting that it's saying that the redevelopment is proposed to be added to the capital budget. And if I'm wrong on that, that's great. That he had committed to paying for the cost of park, that'd be wonderful. And but could you at least check with them and check that out? I'd appreciate that. I think the rest of the council would like that too, as well as the residents.
I wasn't present at the public information meeting, but I understand that the figure of $15,000 was specifically offered by the developer as a contribution to improvements to the park. That's my understanding.
Let me just get clarification. Maybe I can just get clarification. Just 1 second, please. Ms. Moldenhauer, would you confirm that? Is 15,000 the number that you recall?
Through to the Mayor. I did coordinate the public meeting that we did have on the land swap for the park, and it was discussed 15,000. And with the land swap, we do need to relocate the bench and the trees that are there. And we did indicate in the report that we would include a figure in the 2014 capital budget for improvements to the park. Improvements to the park included new play space. We were looking at some additional trees and pathways at the park.
No, I understand. And I still have the floor. Just let me finish, and you can. My point was that I believe that he committed to $15,000. What I'm asking the council, to his council, is would he be prepared, because of what's transpired from where we were originally to today, would he consider putting more money into improving the park? That's what I was...
I can certainly pose the question.
And I'd appreciate that, because I think because of the way it's been downsized, I think it's important that they get the park kind of up at the same time that you get the buildings up. And I think that might satisfy some of the, not necessarily the traffic concern, obviously, that's different, but I think with the green space and having a nice park to take their kids and their grandchildren to that park, which quite frankly, when the arena was there, was used quite a bit, because there wasn't anywhere else to go. So I appreciate you at least asking your client that.
Let me address the issue of the significance of the exchange. Because essentially, when we're dealing with multiple residential development, in my opinion, it's all about design. It really is. The design of the development really creates or minimizes the impact on the neighborhood. So what you got from the exchange is the strip on the east side of Prince Edward Park was given back for park purposes, and a strip almost the equivalent size was taken from the north end. But that allowed the developer to create a much better design with respect to the development itself by creating rear yards with a reasonable distance from the park area. So, yes, it's a trade-off. That's part of the development situation. But I don't think that it was a bad trade-off. I really don't. Either from the total area that's available for park purposes, for the purpose of getting a much better design. I think you got a better design.
As far as the developer goes, I think you're probably right. I'm not a designer, but I believe that the parcel of land that is now going to have seven townhouses or whatever they're going to be at the end of the day was at the park where the park was used the most. With the bench and with the tree. That's all I'm saying. So I think that's where I go as far as that. So that's why I think if we put more emphasis on making sure the park gets up and running, gets paid for, if he's willing to do that, then I think that's great. And he did say the $15,000. I was there. I'm just trying to see if he'll give more. I think that's fair.
I can only ask.
That's all you can do.
It's been pretty fair to the community in the past. So yeah, Councillor Iannone.
Yeah, I haven't seen him not fulfill. Actually, I think the comment he made with that day to the residents was, "If I give you my word is it." So, but I will say this, that the staff had explained that day to the residents, and because if you remember correctly, people were saying, "Would you do this? Would you do this?" I mean, it had a $100,000 park. But our staff explained that it had been on the projected budget for us to improve anyway. And if I'm not mistaken, his offer was to top it up and make it better. Not pay for the entire thing, but top it up and make it better. And we'd already approved it in a long-term capital plan anyway. So I just wanted to make that clear. He didn't walk in and say, "I'm going to do all of it." He walked in and said, "I see what you have designed. I will help you make it better." So I wanted to be fair, just to put that on the floor. And he was very, very open with everybody on that. And again, when we close this public meeting, I would be happy to move the recommendation.
I can't obviously commit someone else's money, but I know my client.
You can tell him we did.
I know my client, and I've always known him to be a pretty reasonable individual when it comes to things of that nature, and certainly to step forward when it's needed. So I will certainly put the question, and I will get back to you, or he will get back to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's fair. Are there any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muratori. Public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Iannone.
I'd move staff recommendations.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Maves. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, with one opposed, it passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just check. Okay, next item, PBD 2013-56. I'd ask Mr. Clerk if you'd please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit a 125-unit, 12-story apartment building at 8056 McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on
Monday, July 8th, 2013, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Mr. Hurlovich, would you please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment?
Thank you, Worship. The application before you is to rezone a parcel of land that's currently vacant on the south side of McLeod Road from industrial to an R5E zone in part and environmental protection in part. The property itself is, as I said, on the south side of McLeod Road. It's west of Pin Oak Drive, and it's opposite a townhouse project on the north side. It's labeled on the map residential. Lands to the east and west of this property are vacant. Other lands in close proximity are commercial type uses, including Lowe's and Niagara Square. To the south of the property is Niagara Peninsula Energy property. The property itself is 0.78 of a hectare. That's almost 2 acres of land. The applicant is, a large part of the property is provincially significant wetland. The applicant is seeking an R5C zone in part and an environmental protection zone in part to recognize those provincially significant wetlands. They are asking for a number of site-specific provisions, and in order to protect the provincial wetlands, we have provided for higher densities with a number of site-specific requests. There was an open house held on this site or on this property on July the 3rd. No objections were received at that time. The proposed development is depicted in front of you. The front part of the property or the project closest to McLeod Road would have a height of 28.2 meters. That's 9 stories. The back part would have a height of 39.5 meters, which is 12 stories. They're seeking permission for 172 parking spaces, the majority of which are underground, and they're seeking a minimum lot area per dwelling unit of 62 square meters per unit. The site layout for the property then is 9 stories towards the front of McLeod Road, 12 stories behind. They are seeking a 5.6 meter side yard on the east side. And again, they've had to shift the building further east than they would have preferred in order to protect the provincially significant wetland. The provincially significant wetlands are on the slide covered kind of colored a light green color. So about 3/4 of an acre of this property is actually environmental protection once this development proceeds. The again, the application is consistent with the growth plan. It involves land that's in our urban area. It provides a density of 155 units per hectare to help support transit. The higher density, again, preserves the natural features that exist on the site. The official plan is covered by the Garner South Secondary Plan, which promotes high density on this site. Again, McLeod Road is an arterial road. The proposed height of 12 stories, 155 units, is a little in excess of the 125 units supported on the properties, but again, it's preserving those wetlands, which is why the density is higher. The building is designed in 2 tiers so that the building would be lower, closer to the street, again trying to reflect a stepping down towards lower densities to the north. The majority of the parking is going to be underground, and the parking layout provides good movement on site. The 155 units would contribute to about 5-year supply of dwelling units, and the applicant's environmental impact study for the property was approved by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. It includes a 15-meter buffer around that wetland, so we will ensure that it will be protected. The developer also did a environmental site assessment and identified the need for a Phase 2 study to be done, and therefore we will apply a holding provision until that Phase 2 study is done at a later date. As I mentioned, it's currently light industrial but designated residential, so they're seeking an R5E zone. The minimum lot area of standard R5E is 67 square meters per unit. They're looking at 62 square meters per unit, so a very minor reduction, and again, as I said, done to preserve those wetlands. The interior side yard typically 13.1 meters. They're asking 5.6 meters. That's on the east side only. Again, they had to shift the building over to protect the wetlands. The maximum height is 25 meters. Typically, they're looking for 39.5 meters. Again, they had to go up rather than spreading it out because 3/4 of the site is not usable. Typically, we require 175 parking spaces. They will be providing 172 parking spaces. We believe the application can be supported. It is in our urban area. It's where we intend development to occur. It's consistent with the Garner South secondary plan. The building is 9 stories in the front, which will help reduce the massing at street level. The reduced side yard setback is supportable because, again, to beat a broken drum, it preserves those wetlands. And the holding provision will be applied for the Stage 2 environmental site assessment. Therefore, we are recommending that Council approve the development to permit the 125-unit building with a 12-story maximum. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Are there any questions of Council for Mr. Hurlovich? Councillor Maves.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Hurlovich. I'm just wondering, and this is on a wetland, of course, as you mentioned several times. Are all the neighboring properties, are they still wetlands? Like, we're doing a study, I think, on wetlands, and as far as I know, I don't know how far that's come along, but I'm just wondering, this looks like a great area for this project, and I'm just wondering, how does this affect the neighboring, if it's going to be in a wetland, how does it affect the neighboring wetlands? Is that significant to what's happening in that area, or is it?
These people, as I mentioned, did their environmental impact study. That was presented to the Conservation Authority. And the Conservation Authority accepted that study. So similarly, the neighbors on either side. I don't know, Jake, can you go to that first airport, the very first slide? So here you can get a sense. You can see basically a large part of the lands, both to the east and west, are also treated and also affected by wetlands. So what these people were able to do was produce a study to identify the area that they could actually get their development in. And as I said, we're allowing a little bit more height here so they can get the number of units in, but preserve the wetlands. And so similarly, the neighbors on east and west would have to do a similar kind of study.
You mentioned that a part of it is not developable. Is that down at the very back, is it? Can you tell me what area that is?
Let your eyes go.
So it's this area here, and it stretches up along this side. So it's along the west side, and then this back part here. So that's going to be preserved as wetland.
Okay. So basically, if you have a property and you do a study, and the conservation folks say that it's okay to build on it, we've got lots of areas declared wetlands, and can we get more of the same? Or do you think that requires the studies?
They will have to do the study.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Well, that was the argument that we made before, and that I brought up on numerous occasions. They declare these lands wetlands, and the owners of the property have to spend probably a year or more of environmental studies to try to determine what lands can be utilized. And it's really unfair to the individuals that own those lands, because after the studies they reduce them substantially, or they can utilize more of the lands, and yet cost them thousands of dollars to try to accomplish that. So something that I've tried to get across to the Conservation Authority, but it really doesn't work, so we got a problem.
All right. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who'd like to speak to the proposed development? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Okay, state your name.
Your Worship, Mayor, and Council, my name is Greg Terrace with Urban Environmental Management.
Welcome.
And thank you. Just in terms of the staff report, the applicant fully supports the recommendation from staff. And the only thing we'd like to note is in terms of the Phase 2 environmental study has been completed, and a copy of that report has now been presented to the planning staff, so we're looking forward to moving ahead to address that requirement as well.
Any questions of council for Mr. Terrace? Okay, looks like we're good.
Easy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Thompson?
I was just going to ask him a question.
Oh, you have a question?
The environmental, to deal with the wetlands.
Yes.
How long did it take you to do that study?
That was actually done by another consulting firm before we got involved, but I would likely think it took at least 6 months to complete that. The other thing about those kind of studies is there's only certain seasons when you can do that kind of work. So
stretch over a year.
Yeah, and you have to make sure you are in the spring breeding seasons and things like that.
So you weren't involved?
No, not at that point.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Morocco.
I'd like to move the motion. Make the motion.
Move the recommendation?
I'd like to make the motion to move the recommendation. I think this is a perfect fit, and they did their homework.
Okay, great. Moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Maves. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous.
Thank you
very much. Yes, sir? Yeah, and also, Councillor Thompson, I'd also like to mention you made some great points with regard to wetlands, and we're going to be meeting with the Ministry of Natural Resources, and that'll be one of the issues we're going to bring up at EMO in another week. Okay. Next up, we've got a public meeting, SBA 2013-001, some proposed housekeeping provisions to the sign bylaw. Yes, Councillor Thompson?
If there were no...
Oh, I'm told we have to go through the process. But that was a valiant effort.
How long is it going to take you to go through the process?
Very quickly.
Very quickly.
Who's speaking of that speed? I'll second it.
He's been practicing all day for this. Come on, let him have his moment.
I still have to do the spiel. A
Yeah.
public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw, as mentioned. That's related to the, well, actually, it's the sign bylaw. And we did provide notice in the paper in the review on July 13th, 2013, and to interested parties via letter July 12th. And we also sent an email to the various BIAs explaining that this was a housekeeping amendment, not related to the BIA process with regard to the sign bylaw.
Is there anyone here in regard to this bylaw amendment? Yes? Are you here to speak in favor of it, or
Yes, sir.
contrary?
Absolutely in favor of it. Your Worship, members of council, my name is Steve Hardacre. I'm here representing Niagara Falls Community Outreach. We operate the community kitchen on St. Lawrence Avenue. And I'm also here with Mr. James Ball from On the Rock Community Church. Both of us are here to support the amendment. We both have signs issues that cannot be resolved until the bylaw is amended. We serve over 40,000 nutritious meals at the soup kitchen every year, and our operating budget is about $100,000. We do get a grant from the city, which we're very thankful for, And we also get rent from the church for using the chapel in the front of our facility. But the vast majority of our funds come from donations and from fundraising. And to be able to put a sign on our property raises the visibility to our potential donors, and that is in essence why we're in favor of this. We also have a couple of issues with our signs, and we want to resolve them in the proper way through a proper institutional sign bylaw.
That's great. Thank you very much. Public meeting is now closed. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Maves. Is there any discussion to the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Mayor's remarks. Councillor Thompson's favorite part. Councillor Iononi, too. She loves this part. Right, Councillor? We'll start off. We've got some obituaries. Mary Lou Smith, mother of Brian Smith of our Streets Department, passed away. Vernon Barry, father-in-law of Janet Barry of our Niagara Falls Transit. Katie Campbell, daughter of former Niagara Falls Council member Wayne Campbell. And Adolfo Volpatti, husband of regional councillor and former city councillor of Niagara Falls, Selena Volpatti. Our condolences and sympathy go to all of the families of the above mentioned. What's happened recently? Chippewa Boat Dock Playground had their opening. We had TVO in here again with their Giver program, which again is going to be highlighted across the province on public television. Real neat little parkette that we put in down by the Chippewa Creek. Grand opening of Tukitai sushi restaurant on Lundy's Lane. We were at this past week. The Canoe Niagara ICF 2013 World Championship kayaking were held in Welland, and the interesting thing is the event was held in Welland, but they all stayed in Niagara Falls, so that was a good thing. Athletes, we had athletes from 70 countries. Pretty exciting event, and we went there for the opening ceremony. It was very exciting. Bobby Hall Roast took place, hosted by Steve Ludzik for Parkinson's Research at the Scotiabank Convention Center. Along with me, attended by Councillors Peter Angelo, Thompson, Carrio, Maves, Iononi, and Gates. We all had a lot of laughs. It was a good time, and look forward to the next event for next year. Hopefully there'll be another big event next year. Heaters Heroes event took place, hosted and organized by Mike Strange. That took place last Saturday at Oaks Park, and Councillors Peter Angelo and Gates joined me at that event as well. It was a lot of fun, great weather. I'd like to thank council members who represent the city at other community events. Councillor Peter Angelo represented the city, in addition to what I mentioned, the Niagara Falls International Marathon Press Conference and the annual Club Italia Picnic. Councillor Morocco covered us at the Nikola Tesla Birthday Remembrance. Councillor Gates at the Battle of Lundy's Lane Commemorative Service and the Faith Factor Ministries Church. Councillor Maves at the grand opening of Allura Elegant Fashions, as well as Duke's Takeout. Councillor Gates, I don't know, we'll have to ask him if he had anything to eat to take home. Councillor Gates represented us at Waves of Hope, as well as Alex Bulow, a young artistic man who began to swim across Lake Ontario to raise money for research into children's neurological disorders. And also Councillor Carrio representing the city at Flora Niagara meeting took place yesterday. Coming up, this Thursday is a local holiday because it's Councillor Carrio's birthday. We want to wish him a happy birthday in advance, Councillor Carrio. Hey, yep, that's 2 days. No fixed address, and I'm going to plead with council support. This coming Friday, I'm going to be spending the night in my car at the Penn Center. It's called Fundraiser for No Fixed Address. It's for homelessness. And my kids want to spend the night with me. I don't know why, but they want to spend the night with me. They think it's a good cause. So I will be doing that. Anyone that wants to make a donation can go on the city website and see how they can do so. The simplest way is if you go to the YWCA's website, click on No Fixed Address, and right there you'll see the pledge opportunity. Or again, go to Niagara Falls, NFA Niagara.com, and you can click donate. You can make a donation as well. So the idea is to spend 24 hours in the car and see what it's like to be homeless. and I'll be doing that. So for all of you people that want to kick in, it's a great opportunity. And again, nfaniagara.com for no fixed address Niagara.com. Feel free to call the office as well. The AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario Conference, takes place in Ottawa starting this coming Sunday. I know Councillor Morocco will be attending as well. We'll be meeting with a number of ministries, including the Minister of Finance, also with the Minister of Natural Resources. We're still waiting to hear on some other ministries as well. FH Leslie Park Mural Celebration is going to take place this Thursday. Next Thursday, rather, August the 22nd. It'll be 1 p.m. on Valleyway, and you'll see the building's been covered in murals, and it'll be a neat thing that's taking place that day. So again, Thursday, August 22nd at 1 p.m. Terry Fox Trivia Night for Cancer takes place Thursday, August the 22nd at St. Andrew's United Church. And there's going to be a kickoff barbecue for Terry Fox tomorrow at City Hall from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. Bring your lawn chair and enjoy the barbecue and some fun entertainment right out front of City Hall tomorrow, 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. Two quick announcements. We want to wish everyone a very happy and safe Labor Day as they prepare for everyone to get back to school. Remember, kids will be back on the streets again. Drive careful. And as well, just a reminder to the public that City Council meetings now begin at 5 p.m. on Tuesdays. So make sure you mark that down on your calendar. There's always some great entertainment. Tuesdays, 5 p.m. Okay, moving along. We've got communications and comments of the City Clerk. Item 1, Royal Canadian Legion is asking the week of September 15th, 21st be proclaimed Legion Week. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? India Independence Day request that August 15th be proclaimed Indian Independence Day. Moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Thank you. Arts and Culture Committee requesting Council approve replacement committee members. Moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Daily Planet Downtown BIA are requesting a grant equal to the road closure fees associated with the 15th annual Miles for Smiles charity poker run. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay, it's passed unanimous. Alzheimer's Society requesting support of a national dementia care strategy. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? And lastly, Ombudsman Ontario letter outlining the office findings related to the February 2013 closed meeting complaint. Received and filed Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Iannone. All those in favor?
Question, Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Carrio.
So, I don't know how many people read that, but the findings are that we didn't do anything wrong. Is that right?
Mr. Clerk, do you want to?
Not quite. One of the meetings was in relation to a meeting that took place at Hydro. The Ombudsman's office ruled that there was nothing improper at that time, that the discussion didn't move forward the file, so to speak. There was a problem with the actual council in-camera meeting that took place later in February, and it wasn't so much about the content, but it was the fact that the item that was discussed, which was a personnel item, which could have been discussed in camera, hadn't been previously advertised.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, well, I read this with interest. First of all, I appreciate the CAO bringing to our attention at the end of a meeting, very quickly, just saying, oh, by the way, you're probably going to hear it on the street. Somebody has just resigned, and I appreciated that information. The other information was pretty negligible. Obviously, this is somebody around the council table who was responsible for this, and I don't know what the objective is. I hope that person would stand up and express their opinion. There's also another issue which we're dealing with at the Hydro with, I believe, the same individual. And I would like, and I will eventually certainly make the public aware of, we're supposed to be here as a team working together, and to have something as insignificant to send it on to the Ombudsman, because the CAO said to us We have a resignation. You're probably going to hear it out on the street, that this is a concern. I think the whole issue is a concern. Anyway, I'll have more to say about that later.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments on that? Okay, then we'll call the vote.
Nobody's going to stand up and take responsibility for that?
Okay, so we'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, Councillor Thompson opposed. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional items for Council's consideration?
Yes, Your Worship, a couple things. There's a request from the Chamber of Commerce for Council to put in a foursome for their golf tournament on Wednesday, September 18th.
I can't go.
Tournaments, I'll make donations, but I won't play.
I played last year, and Councilor Morocco played last year as well.
She can't play, she's the roof.
Okay. So, do we want to just refer this to our next meeting, or do you just want to not make it?
Is there a
The 18th of September.
Your Worship, could we sponsor a portion and possibly two of the senior officials possibly play as well from staff?
If they bring their scuba gear, maybe. I'm not really sure. Do we have a cost? Do we have any information on that, Mr. Clerk?
About $125 person, probably $500 total for the portion. Chamber of Commerce. It's up to you.
Do we know if there's any other sponsorship opportunities, Mr. Clerk?
We can investigate that.
Yeah. Investigate that. We can always do it next meeting.
All right. Sounds good. So then we'll just defer that to our next meeting then. All right?
More?
There's more. There's more.
I prepared a memo for you related to the region. They're proposing a region-wide smoking bylaw, or not smoking bylaw, obviously prohibiting smoking in public places. As council knows, we already have such a bylaw here in Niagara Falls, and in fact our bylaw is stricter than what's proposed by the region. Nonetheless, they have a meeting on September 10th with the Public Health Committee, so we're just providing some comments, basically encouraging the process to continue, and that at a later date the City of Niagara Falls will give an official position.
Okay. Everybody got that?
Can you repeat that?
No.
Okay, everyone's got that. All right. The region's, it's interesting, their smoking approach to smoking areas, they said they're using the City of Niagara Falls as their model for the rest of the region. So it's very interesting that, as the clerk pointed out, that we're more strict than what they were proposing, but they're using us as their guideline for moving forward. Pardon me? Can we tighten it up? We'll try. Okay.
If I can get a motion for those comments to be...
Can we get a motion for those comments of the clerk to be formalized? Okay, moved by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, with one opposed.
And there's also an additional resolution which you can deal with under the resolution section, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention, and it's related to Mr. Felicetti, who works with the 2 Casino Committee, helped develop this, and this is to forward to the province, and it comes down to the modernization model. I know you're going to be getting into that actually shortly on Mr. Todd's report, but just bringing that to your attention at this time as well, and you can deal with it later under the resolution section.
Okay, next up is report CAO 2013-04, the OLG modernization update, municipality contribution.
We have to do that first.
Okay, we'll do the report first, we'll go back to in camera. So we've got a recommendation that council defer any decision on the allocation of funds. What's the will of council? Well, we're going to deal with this. We got it in front of us. Pardon me? Yeah, because that'll just be a report on in camera. So that's what we're asking.
Yeah, so motion to defer till September 10th, the next meeting. Sorry.
This one's just, I'll read the recommendation that council defer any decision on the allocation of funds derived under the municipality contribution agreement.
Oh,
Yes.
that one.
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, the recommendation that's on the floor just is asking council to wait until we have a full year of payments under our belt from OLG before we decide to spend the money. And I mean, it makes sense because really, like realistically, why would we count our chickens before they hatch?
Exactly.
Exactly. OLG's year goes from April 1st to March 31st, and our year goes from January 1st to December 31st. So they started paying us on April 1st of this year. A full year will be March 31st, 2014. Council will start to spend the money in 2014 on whatever it is that we deem is necessary. And I didn't know if now was the time that you wanted to get into that discussion as well, if it was going to be part of this report, or if we're only dealing with the reconciliation of the year end for OLG and when we're going to spend the actual funds.
Well, Mr. C. Well, this is Mr. CO's report. Why don't we ask just... I thought you making the motion, but okay. Mr. CAO, would you weigh in on this one, please?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, our preference would be that you defer any discussion until that point in time when you know how much money you've got in hand. I think the report's pretty clear on what the intent of OLG is with the funds, and I think it's pretty clear that it's their intent that these funds be spent on what I would call tangible assets in the community, which for the most part would mean capital infrastructure or capital assets. I think once we know in 2014, and that would be sometime in, my guess would be when we get the reconciliation sometime in April, that we would then come forward with a report from the Treasurer saying, here's how much we've received. And at that point in time, we would probably put forward a corresponding report to say, here's what we would recommend that those funds be utilized towards. And that would take place probably sometime in April of next year.
Are we not going to have a discussion, Your Worship, as council as to where we feel the funds should go?
We can have that discussion. It's obviously the decision is going to be up to council where it goes. But at this point, I guess the way we're looking at it, we don't even have a signed agreement as of yet.
And why are we making a recommendation to defer the spending of the money?
That we don't have.
Why are we adopting this report if we're not going to have this discussion?
Well, we have received some of the funds already.
I understand, but if we don't sign the agreement, we're going to have to give it back.
That's right.
Okay. So why are we making the decision to wait until the year end if we haven't signed the agreement yet?
Maybe we'll ask the CAO.
Well, through Mr. Mayor, it's our hope that, as was in the correspondence, there's a deadline that's been placed on us that we have to have the agreement signed by September 30th. So that agreement will either be in place or not be in place by September 30th. Then, assuming the agreement is signed, we would then proceed through the next 3 quarters, know how much money we're getting from OLG. Certainly if council, any time prior to that, and I think it's a bit premature now because we really don't know the extent of the funds, but any time leading up to that in the new year, once we get into 2014, to have a discussion on the kinds of projects that council would like to see that go towards, that's something we could entertain at that time. I know our staff would certainly have a large list of items through the capital budget process that they could suggest and make suggestions on where those funds should be allocated. Council may want to set their minds to a strategy in terms of certain percentages going towards sewer, water, roads, or whatever. But certainly that's a discussion we truly believe we can have closer to the time when we know the amount of money that we're going to have in hand, and that won't be till we reconcile sometime in April.
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, I guess I'll agree to disagree. I really don't agree. I think that we can have the discussion, and then whatever amount of money comes in, I mean, that's the amount of money that's allocated. I know Mr. Todd spoke in what I was going to say in the sense that we should define percentages for where we feel are the important areas that we want to spend the money. For instance, I know a lot of people around the table are talking about debt, but you can't actually allocate any of the funds to debt simply because municipalities have to take out debentures. Those debentures are non-callable, so it's not like your typical house mortgage in the sense that if we want to pay down our debt $5 million, we're not allowed to do so because we've taken out a term debenture on that debt. The only thing we can do is we can let that debt expire, which I hope we let all of our debt expire and then we don't have any more debt. I know council has talked about infrastructure, but I think it's worthwhile to have a discussion on what percentage we want to allocate, and whatever monies come in, then that's the percentage that's allocated to infrastructure. I don't understand why we're waiting to have that discussion and why we have to wait for staff to come back with a recommendation. I think that discussion should be something that council should have even before staff come back with a recommendation.
Okay, well, we'll hear the comments around the table. Councillor Carrier, Councillor Gates, Councillor Thompson.
I was going to suggest that if we pass this recommendation, that we do defer any decision on the allocation of the funds, that we also don't take on any new debentures or new debt until we have the discussion, that we freeze that as well when we have the discussion. So I wouldn't want us to take on a whole bunch of new debentures in the next 3 or 4 months and then having had the opportunity maybe to fund them through this if council so desired. So I think that would be important that they kind of tie together. So I'm flexible. If you want to have a discussion now, if you want a discussion later, wait till you sign the deal. Yeah, some people may want some more time to think about it, but I just don't think if we're going to defer it, we should take on any new debt, talk about it at the same time. So,
well, and if I could help that one out, and that would certainly be our intent. The Treasurer already had a report. We have a little over $3 million in projects that we've already completed that are slated for debt. When we were into this new agreement, that report was pulled. We're just holding on that until we make a decision here. So you will not be seeing any report from us until we make a decision on this as to what our strategy is. But while I'm up, if I may, and I just want to make this clear to the public, is that the way this new agreement is structured, there is no term to the agreement. There's notice provisions in there, and the agreement is such that it could be terminated on 30 days' notice. So in terms of council as they work through this process, we already have $3 million that is included in our operating budget, which needs to be covered and maintained. And that represents about a 6% subsidization, if you will, of taxes by the current OLG money. And that's there, and we have to live with that. Based on the way the agreement's structured, and because there's no fixed term, our recommendation at staff would be that none of this money should be allocated towards any additional tax support or tax mitigation. You already have $3 million of these funds in your tax base, and because of the uncertainty of the term, we would not recommend that. Councillor Pietrangelo has already talked about our debt structure, and Mr. Harrison can talk in greater detail if you'd like. But the way our debt structure works is that our debentures are fixed. They're fixed for a fixed term and a fixed amount, and we're stuck with that. We certainly do not have to take on new debt, and that debt can decrease over time. But again, it's not like you have an open mortgage where you're saying we're going to go and plunk $5 million down on an open mortgage and drive the debt down. Our debentures in the municipal sector don't work that way. So, our options are fairly limited, regardless of what's being reported on what our options are under this agreement. And the way the agreement is structured, our belief truly is that council should be focusing in on how these dollars should be used for capital projects. And to Councillor Pietrangelo's point, certainly council should have an open, healthy debate on where you'd like to see those capital expenditures made, percentages or proportions, whether it's parks or sewer or infrastructure roads, and I think that's a healthy debate we should have. That can really happen at any time, but I just want to make sure council's clear that those other options of tax abatement and debt reduction of those funds are really, really limited. And really, I think they're focusing us on this agreement. Should be aware that in the agreement that we are required to set up what's called a community recognition program. And that community recognition program is really for OLG to get recognition for the money they're giving us. And that really means that they're going to want to have tangible projects that they can come down and have credit for in our community, and things that are of a community-wide benefit. So I think that sort of directs council as to where we're headed, and that really is headed in the realm of capital expenditures. So, happy to answer any other questions on it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Carrier, are you?
Just along the lines of what Ken was saying about the conditions that were placed on the agreement once you sign it, that they can cancel it, and on 30 days notice.
That's correct.
And also that they want to have us list the projects so that they can have some recognition.
That's correct.
I understand probably why they would put something like that in the agreement. They want to have some control. They're giving us a lot of money every year for, I think, the foreseeable future. They want to make sure that if they entrust a council with that kind of money, that they have some hammer, that if, obviously not this council, but if there was a council elected that wanted to do something very silly or very foolish with the money that they didn't agree with, they had the option to cancel it. So if I was writing that contract and I was them, I'd want to make sure that I had some control over what a council did with that kind of cash as well.
Fair comment. I've got Councillor Gates, Councillor Thompson, Morocco, and Iannone.
Yeah, actually, I think in fairness to the residents of Niagara Falls, I think one of the main issues that I wanted to raise today was, can we pay down the debt? And I think everywhere you go, people are asking that question. So maybe Mr. Harrison can give a real explanation on why we can't do that. I know that I think come from whoever would understand it. I want to make sure that it's done again. So,
the debt that we have is non-callable, meaning that when it's issued through the region, as you know, the city issues debt through the upper tier. So the region issues debt on the capital markets. This is non-callable, meaning that it's for an investment term of 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever the term is, and you cannot prepay it, you cannot pay down. This is the normal structure of debt in municipalities in Ontario, and that is the form of the debt that we have existing. The opportunity to reduce the debt is obviously as we pay down our debentures. We're reducing debt on an annual basis. In 2013, we are going to reduce our debt by $5.1 million. So that's an ongoing process that's going on every year. But there is no additional opportunity to take a chunk of money and pay down additional debt.
okay, on that, what's the interest rate we're paying on the debt?
It varies, depends on the years. I mean, every year is an issue. The latest borrowing, well, the latest borrowing that we did this year is at 2.58%, which again is historically low interest rates on the debt that we have. I mean, we have some debt going back 10 years. We have debt that's at
a higher rate.
Yeah, at a higher rate.
No, I get that. Okay, I guess we can decide when we want to have the debate on how we spend the money. We do it today. We do it. But I believe that from the discussion that we've had, I think we won't do anything with this until we find out, one, whether we're going to get the support of the council on what direction we're going to go with the money. Are we going to continue as is? Are we going to decide to sign the agreement with the OLG with the 30-day clause? So I think we're premature on saying we're going to do this until, as a council, we decide on exactly what we're going to do prior to the September 30th deadline. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to do anything different than that. And I think that I'd like to move a motion that on this particular document, we just defer it until the September 10th meeting when we're going to have more dialogue. We're hopefully going to have more questions answered. I know the staff and the mayor has done a really good job on talking to OLG and trying to get as much detail as we can around the agreement. I would make a motion to defer this, and let's do it at our next council meeting. We have more information, and then have the debate with the council on where do we go.
So you're moving the recommendation, basically? Is that what deferral of deferring it? Because this is just to defer a decision. So you're just deferring the...
I'm just going to defer the whole document because of kind of like the dialogue that we've had.
Okay.
It makes sense. Yeah, we're saying, well, let's do this. We're not even sure what we're doing, quite frankly. So I think it's not debatable.
Yeah, it's not debatable. So we have a motion for deferral to the September 10th.
Yes,
that we should have. Okay, so a move by Councillor Gates and seconded by Councillor Carrier.
Three of us spoke and three of us wanted to.
Well, if somebody wants to speak, I'll withdraw.
Yeah, it's not
I'll
really.
withdraw the second until someone else wants to speak.
Well, I do have a little bit of a speaker's list.
Well, let them speak.
Okay, so if you're going to withdraw that.
I'll withdraw until they speak.
Okay. Next up, I've got Councillor Thompson, then Morocco, then Iannone.
Well, my comments were identical to Councillor Gates. We're having this discussion prematurely. We just had a discussion tonight about responses of questions that were asked of the OLG. We really haven't had 2 minutes to look at that. I wouldn't want to have any debate unless I had a response and a staff report on what the staff feel, how this should be done. And certainly the 10th would be okay, but the first meeting in October would probably be appropriate, because then we'll know whether we're in or we're out, and that's a key element of it. So deferral is appropriate. I don't think it has to be to the end of the year. I think we have to have all of the information to try to make an informed decision, and at this point, we're not at that point. I certainly don't feel comfortable in not even had the opportunity to read the report that we just received in committee today, the responses from the OLG. We don't have the staff comments. A typical one was, how can we, which everybody has got, well, you better pay down the debt. Well, you can't pay down the debt. We got one with the Gale Center for 30 years. So you can't touch that. That's set in stone. So the whole discussion is premature. I support the deferral, but I think it could be directly after September 30th, which is the deadline for determining whether we're in or out.
Okay, Councillor Morocco.
Well, I'm not going to get too carried away with it. It's basically what's already been said around the table. I'd like to have a healthy debate as well with my fellow councillors after staff has come back and we've actually got some more information. But I think what's most important, before there's any debate, we have to have a signed contract. And as of today, we don't have a contract.
Okay. Councillor Iannone.
And I think it's important, after you read the editorial in the paper today, to realize that we don't want a media-driven decision.
Right.
And as much as I miss Mr. Larocque sitting behind us, he doesn't have the contract. Right. So, I mean, we're privy to things that residents are sitting there thinking that we've won the lottery, so to speak. And I mean, I'm pretty clear. I have real big concerns with this contract. I don't think it's as great as everything is made out to be, particularly a number of the questions that staff has asked the OLG and the responses that came back from the OLG. And I know we're kind of speaking in code here, but I mean, you either have an in-camera discussion and you keep it in camera, or you come out and you give full disclosure to the residents. So just so they know, there's a number of things in this contract that a number of us either outrightly agree with or adamantly oppose. And we talk about the 30 days notice. I mean, this council, the contract, the one highlight in the contract that is a huge red flag for a couple of us is the fact that the OLG only has to provide us 30 days notice and they can cancel this contract immediately. And again, they're asking us to get into the business of gambling. So give us all the information, then we can talk not in code to the residents, and we can have the full debate here, and then we don't have to read editorials telling us how to spend the money that we're entrusted to do.
And is there any other discussion before we ask for a motion? Okay, got a motion for deferral moved by Councillor Gates and seconded by...
I don't have a problem if we wait till after we make a decision on what we're doing. So it doesn't really have to be September 10th. If that's when we make the decision, great. If it's the 24th, and I know that's a special day for Councillor Thompson, or into October, I don't think that the date is as important as until we sign the agreement. All right? Thank you.
So deferring it until a meeting after we've signed the agreement. Okay, so we've got the motion. Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Great. Now we'll do the ratification of in-camera matters.
A couple items, Your Worship. The following recommendations: that Council approve a bylaw, an additional bylaw later on the agenda to authorize the execution of the collective agreement with the Amalgamated Transit Union and its Local 1582 from January 1st, 2013 to December 31st, 2014, and that Council authorize additional costs related to the Gale Centre repairs.
Okay, moved by Councillor Idoni, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved.
Move the consent agenda.
We already did that.
We did it all.
Resolution.
Okay, resolution. City of Niagara Falls Council urges the provincial government to restore the proposed cuts to the apprenticeship training tax credit program. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor of the resolution? It's passed. And we have a second resolution in your package from the 2 Casino Committee. Anyone have a copy of that resolution? Okay, and that's moved by Councillor Pietrangelo and seconded by Councillor Gates. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous as well.
First reading of the bylaw.
Motion by... Can we do that?
Yeah. Well, just clarification. The one bylaw related to the FCM conference, that's been pulled at the request of the region, so that bylaw has been pulled, so that's 2013-130. So we'll slot in the bylaw I just referred to, which is related to the collective agreement with the ATU, so that'll take up that number, so the numbers won't change.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Gates. Oh, you want to pull? Okay, which one do you want to pull, Councillor?
2013-121, 2013-122, 2013-125, 2013-126, and 2013-131.
Well, you're not pulling them. You're voting against them.
You're voting.
Yeah. That's
okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that was clear. That's all. Okay. And except on the last 131, I had a question.
Do you want to ask the question first on that one?
Yeah.
Then we'll call the vote.
It's talking, in my documents, I didn't get Schedule A. It didn't come in the package that I got, so I'd like to get a copy of Schedule A. And then my only question is, why are we buying it? What's the story behind that?
Mr. Beeman, we're looking at 2013-131.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, this bylaw, I suspect this bylaw will be an agreement of purchase and sale that was negotiated through an agent in part of the, I believe in an event, this will probably be about a road widening or something along those. So, yeah, those particular matters, I'm not involved in those. So this would have originated in the Public Works Department and gone over there. So Jeff, is this one of the ones along the side? Right here. Yeah. So what we're doing, we're acquiring land for the purpose of an ongoing road widening project. But these particular agreements don't cross my desk at all.
Okay. Yeah, Your Worship.
Yes, Mr. Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, in between Montrose and Kaler, I mean, we've already brought this up. McLeod Road goes from 2 lanes down to one single lane and then back up to 2 lanes. When we asked before at council, we were told that there was one landowner that they were still negotiating with. Right. I would bet that this is the landowner.
That sound right? Yep, we're getting a nod.
Yes.
So that's good. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a dangerous situation, so it's good that we're going to deal with that. That's excellent. It's a bottleneck, exactly right.
I just wanted to know. I didn't know.
Yeah, no, fair comment. Councillor Wayne?
Yes, I just want to go on record as opposed to 2013, 121, and 122, please.
121, and so the first two. You got those ones, Mr. Yes. Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves, that the bylaw be given a first reading, with the exceptions of the noted opposition. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2013-121 to 2013-133, read a first time.
Second and third reading, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved.
Bylaws 2013-121 to 2013-133, read a second and third time and passed.
Thank you. New business. Councillor Wing.
Just a public service announcement. This Saturday, August 17th, from noon to 5 is Airport Fest 2013. This will be our third year in a row putting on Airport Fest, and this year it's primarily hosted by Allied Aviation. They're the largest North American fuel services provider. They started business about a year ago at the airport, and they're celebrating their grand opening, and they're being really generous. There's going to be complimentary popcorn and snow cones as always, but also hot dogs and hamburgers, and there'll be aircraft on display for the facilities. Live music from 12:30 to 2:30, face painting for the kids, there'll be prize giveaways. Sightseeing flights will be available for a fee by the St. Catharines Flying Club, Fox Aviation, and National Helicopter, which all operate out of our airport, and it's at 468 Niagara Stone Road or Highway 55, so noon to 5 this Saturday. The public's invited to come out and check everything out.
That's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Pietrangelo's got his two fingers up. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. In light of the recent flooding, I was contacted by a resident who wanted to install a backflow valve. When they called the city to request that someone come out and have a look at their property so that they could be approved, I think they were given a date of August 21st, to which the gentleman said, well, I can't wait that long because the contractor's coming, so can I just, give you the bill after and I get the credit for it? And they were told no. It was the homeowner's opinion that they had to go forward with the renovations now. And it was the city's opinion that they had to wait until someone actually came out to the home and inspected it. So what I told the homeowner is just take some pictures and then make sure that you submit those to City Hall. Do we not have any leniency, Your Worship, on this? That was going to be my question. Clearly, it's pretty evident when you walk into a home whether or not they had flooding. If they installed a backflow valve, can they not be then reimbursed from the city? I guess that would be my question.
Yeah, maybe we'll ask Mr. Holman.
Mr. Mayor, we've been overwhelmed with the requests for applications to our RAP program. We've received somewhere close to 200 applications now, and normally we get maybe 60 a year. After the storm event, we've been trying to get to as many places as we can. I think we're making appointments for about 6 visits a day per employee. So we're doing our best to try and get on top of them. I appreciate the fact that people want to move on and get those areas in place. We can look at putting additional staff on or extending appointments into after hours if it makes it a little bit more palatable. Obviously, we would like to complete our investigation to make sure they're doing the right thing and that they're going to be eligible for the funding that's set out in the program. If there are any emergency situations, we would ask property owners to call in, and we'll do what we can to try and incorporate the site visits after hours.
Worship, I think the gentleman that I already talked to, and I appreciate the fact that staff is busy. I know you've received a lot of calls and a lot of requests to go out to people's homes, and you can't get to everyone that same day, and that's why the backlog is there. In the same sense, as you said, there is a need for homeowners to get on with their own life and get back to where they were and make the renovations on their house. The gentleman that I spoke to, Your Worship, he was going forward with his renovations, and I had told him to simply take pictures of what he was doing, and then he could send them into City Hall. I hope that that's acceptable. So, second item, Your Worship, was the record of site condition. I know. We've been waiting for a long time, Your Worship, and you know, every time we've talked about the extension of Thorlstone Road into the Gale Centre, we've always been trying to tell the public, well, you know, a road can't be built now because Ministry of Environment requires that a record of site condition be done across the lands. The last time that SciTech did submit a record of site condition, the MOE had sent it back to them and said that they wanted to submit them in two separate applications because the hydro fields went right between the SciTech lands, so they had to submit parcel A and parcel B under the record of site condition application. My understanding, Your Worship, is that both record of site conditions have now been approved. So perhaps I would ask you, through you to staff maybe, can we get verification that both record of site conditions have been approved? And I want to know the next steps from here, Your Worship, because now that the record of site condition is approved, I hope that there's not going to be any hold-ups in terms of getting a road built.
Mr. Holman?
Mr. Mayor, the record of site condition has been filed and acknowledged by the Minister of Environment as of August 2nd. And so as far as the Ministry is concerned, we are ready to go. The next steps, though, will involve conversations with the region, Hydro 1, to confirm what has to take place on those properties. And a meeting has been arranged for, I believe, 28th of this month to go through those details. Of course, we're still working on an arrangement or an agreement with the owners or the lessee of the land. And if we're not able to get to some agreement soon, we'll be looking at moving ahead with the alternatives. And hopefully we'll be in a position to present a full report back to Council, if not the September 10th meeting, then for sure on September 24th.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'll accept that. I mean, I think one of the most frustrating things in this whole process is that we're not in control. We're the ones that sort of wear this, but we're not actually in control of the process. It's not our road. It's not our land. We're just the ones that are trying to see it through. So, I mean, I'll wait for the report to come back, but and I'll probably have more things to say when it does. Your Worship, my last comment was simply an idea, and I'd probably like to, you know, maybe bounce it off Mr. Holman and see whether or not it's possible. It was actually, geez, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago, Mr. Holman had sent me a link to a website that talked about, and the website was called The Vanishing Point, and it's all about these massive tunnels that are in behind Niagara Falls, and they come from the Toronto Power Plant, and what they were was they were a drop shaft. They serviced the drop shaft from the Toronto Power Plant, and then the water was outletted in behind Niagara Falls. Toronto Power Plant has since been decommissioned. Well, I'll tell you why it came up in my mind is because the latest storm event that we had, the north end got hit really hard, and I personally, I mean, I know we all dealt with a lot of people that got flooding in their homes. I know even yesterday I pulled up to a home and there was Councillor Thompson in the driveway talking to the same homeowner, and I know a lot of us have dealt with residents that have gotten flooding. I guess part of the thing that really frustrates me is, you know, a lot of the times we tell the homeowners, well, you don't live in a separated area. But even the ones that are in separated areas, they got flooding too. And it's puzzling in the sense that, you know, there doesn't seem to be sort of a way to stop these storms that overcapacitate our sewers. So while I was on a run yesterday, I had a lot of time to think because I don't wear an iPod. And the one idea I came up with was, could we possibly use the hydro fields? We have hydro fields going all throughout the city, and I guess the reason why I thought of the hydro fields is because they connect to the hydro canal. And I was out that night in the storm, and even where I live, I have like a small part of Charming Creek that's in behind me. It's probably, about 80 feet away from my house. when the storm was in full blast, I guess, the water was only 10 feet away from my back door. So it had come probably 70 feet closer to my house. The sewers were simply overcapacitated. So I was thinking, would it be possible to use hydro fields as major trunks and have our sewers from the stormwater dump into the hydro fields? Wouldn't be as expensive as using roads because you don't have to put asphalt on the top of it. And I'm sure Ontario Power wouldn't mind because all we would be doing would be adding more water that would make more electricity. Engineering-wise, Your Worship, I'm not sure if it's possible, and that's why I wanted to ask Mr. Holman, just a thought that had occurred to me.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Peter Angelo has raised some very timely questions, not just because of the storm, but also because we're in the process now of looking for proposals for our new master drainage plan. The City of Niagara Falls is unique. We have a number of different opportunities that many municipalities don't have with respect to outlets, whether they be tunnels or canals or natural water courses. And so that's something that we will be dealing with as part of our master drainage plan. And we'll be looking at these corridors that are seemingly underutilized or unutilized for opportunities to store water. And I'd be happy to share the terms of reference for that study with any member of council. If you're interested, I can certainly get that to you. We'll be back, I believe it's the September 24th meeting with the recommendation to hire a consultant. It'll take about the better part of a year to complete that work, and we'll be looking at identifying where the outlets are for our combined sewers, how to deal with some of these problems that we've had in separated areas with our reaping tile connected to our sanitary sewers. And we're also looking at the new definition of that 100-year storm that you hear so much about now, and the impact of climate change, and how we should be looking at redirecting some of our surface flows and designing our sewers to accommodate what we might expect over the next 20 years. So I'm hoping and I'm confident that we'll be capturing a lot of these new opportunities in our master drainage plan. It's going to be a very important document for us, not only to deal with new development, but also to deal with retrofits to our existing infrastructure.
There was a quiet motion to buy you an iPod, so you won't have time to think anymore.
Your Worship, I mean, I don't know where it goes from here. I'm just pleased to hear that that it is an actual viable option to have. I just think to myself, Your Worship, that the faster we can get the water out of the actual sewer system, then the less flooding that would occur in the future. So if that's something that we can achieve in the future, I'll be happy, whether it's through the means of the hydro fields that exist right now or whether it's through some other means. I'll gladly wait for the report to come back.
Great, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Well, it's funny we should be talking about the hydro lands because one of the major complaints that I got was on Homewood and Valley Way, where the hydro lands filled up with water, overflowed into the backyards, filled up the pools with mud, and went in through the basement windows and destroyed all of their basement properties. And the sad part is, it's not covered because it's not a sewer backup, and if you look at, you'd have to be careful how all the lands slope, what's around them, what's adjacent to them. But the one on Valley Way was the major complaint that I received. The other one, Councillor Peter Angelo and I were on at the end of Keith Street, and the gentleman, they had flooding on every house all the way up to Cynics on Keith Street, and the gentleman said that the railway tracks that went through there cut off the sewer. It was a dead end, and therefore that's why they were getting all the problems with flooding. Is that possible? There could be a dead end with the sewer system at the end of Keith Street at the rail line there?
Mr. Mayor, that is possible. In fact, that area where the old spur line is, the city does own some property back there, but we need needs to be properly maintained, and the outlet has been blocked.
Yeah. Anyway, I wonder if we could refer that, because the gentleman wants an answer for the future, if we could have a report back on that specific area, because he has identified that as a deficiency as far as the city sewer system is concerned. I couldn't respond or answer to him, so I'd like maybe a report back to council so we can provide that to him, or consider that in future infrastructure.
So moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Maves, that we get a report back. Yes, Councillor?
I think just to be clear on
Street sewer.
No, but I think to be clear on because I was looking at the same thing when I was going to speak, is I think we need a report on the entire storm, not just one little area of the city. So I think that would be.
This one's specific because it's a dead end.
No, but I think on the report you can kind of say, okay, why do we have problems? I know Valleyway was a big problem. I know we had some problems over in Alpine. We had some issues, and we all were going to houses. So I just like to see a report on the whole storm. That's all.
Well, it's funny, and I had asked Mr. Holman the same thing recently, if we can get an update on it. So, well, we've got one specifically on Keith Street for the dead end, and we can also ask for... are you in the midst of putting something together, Mr. Holman? Do you want to update us?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's easier to explain what happened across the whole city because it wasn't all the same. Some of it was surface flooding, some of it was sewer backup, some of it was a result of weeping tile connections. So I'd like to be able to characterize that. We're getting all the complaints, we're doing our investigations, we're plotting where they are on a map, and hope to come back and provide a little bit more of an explanation to council so that when they get these calls, they can have access to some more resources that would be more helpful to the individual resident. So the report will probably be ready by, again, probably the last meeting in September.
How would you prefer to do it with Councillor Thompson? As a separate item or as part of the whole?
Well, that's one we know of. It's one we could break off separately, but I mean, whatever your preference is.
Okay, so why don't we include it in the whole?
It'll be ready around the same time.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Thompson and second by Councillor Maves. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Are we going to talk about specific areas of the city that got flooded? Like, is that what the report's going to talk about? Because I know, it was already mentioned the Alpine area, and that is an area that's separated. And they actually have a pumping station right at the end of Alpine. So, those people over there, they believe that they're safe. It's been repeated flooding. So it'd be nice to know if there is an answer as to why. That's all.
Okay, so we got a report coming. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so we'll have that coming back. Any other new business? Councillor Gates?
Just one quick one. I'm always glad to see the fire department flash. I know Lee comes to our meetings and sits there and quiet, but I've had a number of young people that are trying to be firefighters that live locally in the area. And maybe I know that you've done some hiring, and I know one of the wishes of the council going back, maybe 18 months was that how do we help young people become firefighters? And some of the things, we were having a lot of issues in getting volunteers in some of our areas of the city. So I was wondering how we're doing on hiring local people and obviously hiring people that have got to volunteer for the fire department, get some of that training as a volunteer, and then move into the fire department. Is it working? Is it not working? What's going on? That's all.
Okay.
Your Worship, we do have ongoing recruitments, and we're currently in the process of starting new full-time firefighters from our last recruitment, and we're also in the process of going out very soon for more volunteer firefighters. We continue to have problems with our numbers. We're not at full capacity for volunteers. It's a sign of the times. It's happening through most municipalities in Ontario, and it's just more and more difficult to attract and retain volunteer firefighters. However, we're doing a pretty good job with it, and our numbers are below what they should be, but we're still doing ongoing recruitment to try and bring those numbers up. So when the firefighters come on as volunteer firefighters, they do have an opportunity to gain that experience and then apply for full-time status within the city. And we do, as we had that report that came, I think it was in the spring or last fall, dealing with trying to assist local residents and firefighters that are the volunteer firefighters to complete the process and become full-time with Niagara Falls.
I guess my question is that I think we gave some young people in Niagara Falls maybe hopefully give them an advantage by joining the volunteer firefighters and getting them an opportunity. I mean, they're, when you look at firefighters, one of the most respected professions in the world, and a lot of our young people want to become firefighters. And I guess I know you're recruiting. I guess I'm trying to find out what percentage of the new firefighters are coming from either the volunteer ranks or local. I think that's kind of where I was trying to go a few years ago, and I'd like to see, I don't know how many new people we've hired, but I would think it's, I think the last one was 9, the one before that might have been 7 or 8, you can give me those numbers, but is it being successful in getting young people that get into volunteer firefighting to get a full-time job as a firefighter? I think that would help your recruitment of volunteer firefighters. And what's the percentage are local? I'm trying to find that out. So that was kind of the basis of my question. And I don't, with no disrespect, I don't think you hit it on the nail there on that one.
Your Worship, I'll be glad to bring back exact percentages. I believe it runs somewhere in the 25 to 30% of the recruitment. But I can bring the exact numbers back to Council if that's what's requested.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Motion for adjournment.
Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Ioannoni, that we adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you.